Welcome back, everyone. Happy afternoon. Welcome back to another stream. I've heard some very interesting news going on. Allegedly, Trump is leaving NATO. I don't know if it's true or not. Not really 100% sure about it. Would I support it? Absolutely, I would support it. I'm 100% behind that. If it really happens, we'll see if it does happen or not, but definitely curious about that. Also, I got a new microphone and camera coming, so that's pretty cool. What's up? What's up? What's up? How you doing, brother? How you doing? We got the speech that we're gonna watch here. Never caught up with this one. This is a 25-minute one, and maybe we'll have some good debate guests come on today. We'll have to see.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than two.
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Okay, let's start from the beginning. This is really sounding good.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murderers, many of whom killed more than one person.
Yeah, they left the borders basically wide freaking open. Nobody cares. Everyone's like, stop worrying about the illegal alien immigrants. They only cost us hundreds of billions of dollars. Stop worrying about them. Yeah, I don't think that's ever gonna happen. I don't think I'm gonna stop being worried about what's going on. That's what I'm talking about, Ashley. Trump. But give me a like, drop some comments, let me know where everyone's coming from down below.
We had
What city, what country, what state? Let me know where everyone's coming from. I'm curious today.
transgender for everybody, men and women's sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested.
What's up, chat? Washington. Who else do we got in here? No, we got the hat. We got the hat. I just washed my hair, so I'm gonna be just waiting until it, whenever I feel like putting the hat back on. Yeah, we're still Trump 2028. Don't get it twisted.
In the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported.
Oh, wrong button. I had it muted. Wrong button, chat. Wrong button. What's up, J Money? What's up, brother? I heard about People's Sky Kingdom, however you say your name. I heard about your surgery coming up, man. I'm keeping you in my prayers. Really excited. I know it's in about, 6 or 5 days. I heard last, or I saw last. What's up, chat? What's up? Yeah, I know, muted mic.
It, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in.
I actually got great news too. I got a new camera. Got a new camera coming, and I got a new microphone coming, but it's not going to be here until exactly 7 days. So y'all are going to have to bear with it until then.
Our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car. But only if that car.
What the hell happened? Oh, I figured out what happened. My phone connected to my headphones. Okay, sorry guys, sorry.
Oops. Is made in America and a 100% expensing for our job creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day. The
Democrats ain't making any money, but everyone else is making money. Money, money, money. Democrats don't have any money to make any money. They don't got any work to make any money. What's happening? I allegedly heard that Trump is leaving NATO. Not 100% sure about that, but I hope it's true. I heard that he's tired of he's basically tired, sick and tired of what's going on, and he's wondering why Europe didn't step in with us and help, you know. But instead, they were begging us, please get our oil, get our oil. We ain't getting Europe's oil unless they pay us. They can go in the Strait of Hormuz themselves and get it, or they can pay us our money.
Highest in history.
I mean, why are we even a part of NATO? NATO does nothing but just cause wars and conflict, and they ain't even going to help us. Craziness.
For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy, because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming.
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna put the trigger hat on soon enough. I got it right here. Here, we'll just keep it right here just to show y'all. Don't forget, Trump 2028.
Coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov. This will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to trumpaccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our
Democrat parents will not sign up just to spite Donald Trump. They will not pass go. They will not receive $1,000 and pass go. No monopoly game for them. No monopoly game for them whatsoever. But can we get those likes way up there? Way, 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 way up there.
Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with zero illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is zero. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now.
He built that wall too. Funny enough, I've seen George Lopez on Twitter recently. He's been making lots of threats towards Donald J. Trump. When he said they had a $90 million bounty on him, he said we'll do it for 35 million. The FBI showed up to his door, kicked down his door. It was freaking hilarious. It was freaking hilarious, man. George Lopez, I used to like the man. I used to think he was kind of funny. But now I just look at him like a liberal dumbass. It's really sad, man. These comedians and these actors are really no one to look up to.
We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust.
Liberal Lopez looks nothing like he looked when he was in his 40s or 50s. I mean, that man was beat up. Looks like he's been doing meth for the last 20 years. Sorry, George Lopez. Lopez was good, but he's a Democrat sellout. Yeah, that pisses me off too.
Your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system.
I'm just excited for my new camera and my new microphone. It's going to look and sound a lot better. Not that this camera's horrible, but a better camera would be a little bit better. A little bit better microphone would be better. Just so we have like grade A setup. This stuff will just be used as like a backup.
System secure, one where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible.
Listen, if y'all want to debate about socialism, let's debate about it. Join my Discord. I'm begging. Anyone that loves socialism, I am begging to debate you. Please, 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 let's debate. Because socialists are the most lazy, idiotic people I've ever met in my life. I don't hide my hair, but I also don't hide my support for the president.
Possible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard.
Well, I guess this clears up the rumors now. Y'all probably thought I was bald the entire time, but there you go. There's my hair, y'all.
Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence, revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure.
Don't get me wrong.
This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes and really exposes like level.
I was literally in France not even 12 months ago. It's not socialist.
Levels never thought possible to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years
$9.99? Give me that $9.99.
has been covered up and hidden from you. The American people are beautiful, are great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to—
Yeah, I got hair like this. I got perfectly beautiful hair. It's getting a little bit long, but yeah.
to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And that's what we're doing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Big Boss. I hope everyone's doing good. I hope David out there is doing good. I hope Uncle Andy's doing good. Everyone out there that I forgot to mention, shout out to y'all as well.
Documents cover 5 major areas of concern.
Who is this? It's Euro and Travel. Come on, bro. Hey, thank you for those gifts. Thank you for those gifts, guys. As you can see, we got the TTS spot on lock. I don't know if it's making any noise though. Yeah, I don't think it reads it out loud unless it's a super chat. But if it's a super chat, it reads them all out loud.
First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the
Good afternoon. Get those likes up, chat. Make sure you subscribe if you're new.
2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data.
A socialist implies you know how to share. I work hard for everything I own. I don't need to share it with anybody unless I want to. Plain and simple.
History, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities.
Only broke people want to share. People that work hard for their money don't want to share with random bums on the street. If anything, I'm going to share with my family before I share with any bums on the street.
Which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agents.
I don't want to give my hard-working money to hobos and bums. I'm sorry, but not really at all. I have zero empathy for that situation. Now, I'll help someone out if they need it. I feed the homeless every time I get the chance. But at the same time, if I see someone that's the same age as me or in their early 30s, I'm not going to help them out. I'll probably tell them to get a damn job, bum. Stop using drugs. Really that simple.
Agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020.
But get those likes way, way up. Subscribe. We're on the road to 40K.
When they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible.
I'm already helping the homeless and the lazy bums with my tax dollars. So yeah, I'm already helping them. I ain't greedy. I'm actually one of the most giving people out there. Especially if you know me in real life, I ain't greedy at all.
For sounding the alarm, instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country. A standard, very pat.
That's a lie. They lied and lied and lied. Most safe, secure election ever. Lies. We found voter fraud. We found voter fraud. If this is the most secure election, maybe every single president got cheated out.
Line that was divvied out to say the cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing.
It ain't greedy to keep what's yours. What's yours is yours. No one else's, especially if you worked for it.
Disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm trying to plug this damn lighter. Okay, there we go.
Explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that Big Boss and Magic Man are the same guy, so I was wondering where your moderator powers went. But guys, get those likes up. We're almost to 100 likes.
The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large.
I'm a Florida boy. I love all my Florida followers. How many Floridians do we got in chat? Let me know where everyone's coming from down below. I mean, I would love to debate Dean Withers, but I also just mog Dean Withers. So
sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review.
We got a bunch of people over here from Florida and Tennessee. How much Tennessee people do we got in here? Florida and Tennessee, I need you guys to spam the chats. Spam the chats. Let me know if you're from Florida or Tennessee.
But it gets even worse. Raw intelligence.
Democrats are jealous of Florida and Tennessee because they haven't taken a vacation in 10 years. And it's not because it's not. Oh, thank you, Gigi. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello. Yeah, that's right. We put the new super chat thing on there. If you drop a super chat, it pops up like that. And you're gonna hear that. Okay, we got a couple of Floridians, Tennessee. Nice to see you guys. Nice to see. Did it pop up in the voice or am I just not hearing it? Let me know. Did you hear the super chat that said, "Hi, Graham"? Did it pop up on screen chat? Just let me know.
Obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get.
Didn't hear the voice. Did y'all hear the voice? No super chat sound, just the ring. Did y'all hear the voice? Did it say hello, Graham? Didn't hear a voice. Damn it.
Almost every day, everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky.
Let's see, did it work? I mean, it pops up on screen, that's for sure, chat. That's for sure. The only question now is, can you hear it? Check, check, check. Let's see, guys. Can we hear it? I'm in the settings, too. Like on my settings, it says talk to text enabled. So it should be, you should be able to hear it, too. Let me know, though. Check, check, check. I hear the ringtone. I can hear the ringtone, too. I just don't hear the damn voice. And also, it's popping up on screen for way too long. So let me just set it for a little bit less. Yeah, I made it pop up on screen for 60 seconds. Here, let's do like 10 seconds.
Check, check.
Sound volume. Talk to text is on. Enabled. I don't
believe
know,
this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that was
You heard it, but it's low. You can hear the voice, but it's low. Okay, here, let's crank the volume up.
supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence.
Yeah, I changed the settings, so I think it works now. There you go. You guys are hearing it.
The Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including...
Did you hear the one that said nice hair? Did you guys hear that one or no? I'm curious. Let me know.
Electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems, dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series.
So you heard nice hair, Euro? You could all hear that? You think it's good now? Let me know, guys. Let me know. You did, but it was low. Hold on. Okay, let's try to. Oops.
At Candy47
donated
$9 Ameriki through Super Chat. Tacos for
volume
lunch.
Here, I'll crank it all the way to 100%. I'll turn all the volumes to 100%.
Series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States
I heard something.
adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China,
there we go.
Iran.
I just had to turn the volume all the way up. Now it works. Thank you, Uncle Andy. Much appreciation.
And North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability.
Listen, we're eventually going to change the voice too. We're going to change the voice, but
To compromise U.S. election infrastructure.
I'm trying to get a Trump voice. That's unquote,
but that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration.
W-Unk. Let's turn back like 2 minutes because I've been fiddling with that crap.
Given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems, dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence.
Oh, no, that ain't good. Don't hurt your neck.
China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems, dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing.
Then what happened with the Minion voter machines? They got sued, or Fox News got sued for talking about the Minion voter machines back in the day? A massage, yeah, super.
Publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States.
Do you agree with what you preach? Not only do I agree with what I preach, I live with what I preach. I live what I preach. When I say I don't respect anyone that comes into this country illegally because they're illegal alien criminal scum, I mean it, because I've lived in multiple different countries before. I've lived in more than 3 countries, and that's just outside of the United States. And every single time I've gone through the legal process, hire a lawyer, go through the process, and these pieces of just come into this country illegally and think they can take advantage of our country and our system, it's disrespectful.
Adversaries, including, at a minimum, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote. But that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes.
I know exactly what the visa process for other countries is like. It's relatively similar in every single country, believe it or not. You present your bank records, you present your criminal certificate, you get the documents from your job or whatever, and you apply. It's really not that difficult. But you need your criminal record certificate. In some countries, you even need bank statements depending on what visa you're applying for. I mean, you really don't need that much stuff. Basically, criminal record, passport, bank certificates, and that's pretty much it. And just apply. It's not that difficult. That's why I don't understand why illegal alien criminals got to break our law.
Within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026.
Depending on the country and depending on what visa you're filing for, you have to have insurance. But I'm not going to say it's every single case. But so far, all the visas I've ever applied for, well, I applied for one work visa in another country, didn't have insurance, didn't have to have insurance there. So normally, if it's a work visa or a business visa, like you're opening a business, you don't have to have insurance. But if you're like getting a student visa or in certain European countries, you do need to have private insurance to be able to go live there. That's part of the process.
This is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could.
Well, it seems like the FBI found lots of evidence of voter fraud, including illegal alien immigrants voting. Will these Democrats ever admit it? Nope. Deny, 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 deny.
Would not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores what.
Damn, you Democrats are dumber than a box of rocks. You still don't know what socialism is? You know there's a thing called Google, right? You can Google stuff now. You don't even have to go to the library and get a book. You can just open your phone and Google it.
We must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be
You don't even got to go to Barnes and Nobles and buy a dictionary. You can literally Google what socialism is, and you idiots still don't know it. This generation is cooked. If you're a millennial or younger, you're cooked.
Act or compromise like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some.
Finland and Norway are not socialist. Once again, you can use the thing called Google. Sweden is also not socialist. There's a thing called Google. You can actually look all this stuff up and it's for free. How do you believe such a simple lie that you can Google search and disprove in 10 seconds? Sweden, Norway, and Finland are not socialist. Do I have to pull it up on screen or can you do it?
Canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, We are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security.
I like this comment right here. Bobby is brain dead and thinks social programs mean socialism. Yup, I would have said the same thing myself, but I don't see Bobby's comments.
According to the DHS review of state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files,
I could debate Adam Mockler with my eyes closed. The dude is not smart at all. And he's very, very freaking ugly.
The real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis.
I did see, what's his name? We already talked about that Muslim. He's not Muslim. He dressed up. That was Keith Media Group. Keith Media Group. That guy's a Christian, but he dressed up in a hijab and went out there and voted with no voter ID, and he was vouching for everyone else. Apparently, you can vouch for people, and that's how you can get them to vote with no voter ID as well, which is crazy. But yeah, I think all of us seen that already.
Has found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried.
I do not believe, I mean, I don't have any numbers to prove this, but I don't think the majority of people would be honest given the opportunity to lie for a lot of money or cheat for a lot of money.
Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls, and yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month.
Yeah, plenty of dead people voted, illegal alien immigrants voted. Yeah, there's a lot of voter fraud going on.
Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is...
How long did it take California to count their votes? Or are they still counting their votes? Does anybody know? I really haven't been keeping up with it.
It's worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections. And
all we want is honesty. What is so difficult about voter ID? What is so damn difficult about showing your ID? It's going to take Cali a year to count the vote in general. Oh my, holy moly. So I guess Gavin Newsom will get another year as governor then, since they can't figure out who the hell won the election. California has a large economy that runs a deficit every year thanks to Gavin Newsom. Great job, Gavin Newsom, running California into the dirt. You're going to teach those liberals a lesson. Keep running California into the dirt. Show them liberals a lesson. Keep running the country at a deficit. Keep stealing the taxpayers' dollars. You want to take another $100 billion from the California taxpayers and say you're going to build a new railroad and just pocket every single dollar. Please, Gavin Newsom, scam them, Newsom. Come on, man, do more scams. Get yourself richer. Come on, Mr. Gavin. Do some scams, man. You got 3 or 4 $10 million mansions. I want to see more scamming going on. You don't have enough yet.
And honesty in reporting, they pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections
Come on, Gavin
were
Newsom, scam people out of $100 million like you did when their homes burnt to the ground. Remember the Palisades fire when he scammed y'all out of $100 million? Can we get more scams going? Come on, Scamifornia. Scamifornia. Scam all those liberals out of their taxpayer dollars. Please, I'm begging you. Go to their homes, empty out their wallets, empty their bank accounts, empty every single thing they have. Steal their money, Mr. Newsom. Steal it all.
left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, we should be together. Democrats,
I'm serious. I want Gavin Newsom to keep robbing liberals left and right. He's doing legal highway robbery. He's making liberals poor, but legally. He ain't robbing you at gunpoint. You're willingly giving your money to him. But hey, if he wants to go into your personal bank accounts and take all your money, I wouldn't be too mad about it. Because if you're still living at California at this point and you're anyone that cares about politics, I don't know what you're doing.
Independents, everybody.
You're lost.
And it should not be a partisan issue.
Unless you already built
it should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a call.
Unless you built a business out in California, I don't see a reason to stay, honestly. Unless you maybe got a big family or something like that, then I understand. But at the end of the day, there's not much left for California. They have the highest amount of debt in the entire nation. Yeah, they have the highest amount of debt in the entire nation, so.
Not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the list.
Sorry, I'm sorry, woman of the past. I'm sorry. There's a lot of reasons to be out in California. It is beautiful, and if you have family, if you have a business, if you have a life set up, it ain't exactly easy to leave all that just because these liberal psychopaths just want to ruin and steal from every single person. But at the same time, I gotta laugh at some of these pro-California is perfect people. That was the point I was trying to make. California is one of the worst states to live in when it comes to economics, when it comes to taxes, when it comes to wanting a clean, city not full of shit and homeless people. Yeah, it's one of the worst for that
immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. Your policies are so bad.
They want to cheat. No, California's the fifth largest. They lost their position as the fourth largest. They couldn't keep up. Too much
and
debt.
Your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill
Money, I know you ain't ever going to leave, but, the point I was trying to make to these people was, California's far from perfect. It's not exactly an exemplarily state. You know what I'm trying to say. It's not an example for the rest of the country to go by whatsoever. Please, we don't want the rest of the country to go like California. But with all respect, though, to my California friends out there.
Requires that all voters must show photo voter.
Once Gavin Newsom is out, I don't think it can get any worse. So it's probably going to start getting better, honestly. So y'all basically in the last year of handling New Scam.
ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness.
New Scam gotta, once California can clean up a little bit, I will go out to LA, I'll go to San Diego, I'll go every single city along the coast. But they need to clean up their act. They need to get rid of some of these Trump-hating liberals. These people are mentally deranged. Fix the potholes. That way I can drive up and down the interstate with no problems. All right? Do all that and I'll come there. Or if I have to go there for a podcast, I will go out there.
Military.
Depending on what YouTuber or what channel. Oh. I'm waiting for it to pop up.
$9 Americi through Super Chat.
For whatever reason, I can't hear it, but I'm pretty sure y'all
There's
can.
Evidence.
Elon does K and Trump does Coke. There's evidence. Ketamine is legal, brother. I really don't care if someone does drugs as long as they're not harming themselves and they're not harming other people. And Trump does not do cocaine. I would bet money on that. I've been next to plenty of people when they were snorting up lines. I never touched it in my life. So I know what cocaine users act like. I know all too well how cocaine users act. All right? And they do not act like Donald J. Trump. Mind you, cocaine wears off in like 30 minutes. Like, bro, it's not something that's going to keep you awake all day, every day, unless you're doing a lot of it. A lot of it. But Hunter Biden did do cocaine in the White House. I think he meant to say Elon does K and Hunter Biden does coke and crack. Man, Hunter Biden likes them big old crack rocks. He likes them big crack rocks. Remember that time that Hunter Biden said he smoked more Parmesan cheese than any other human? This man was digging through his carpet until his nails were bleeding. Till his fingers started bleeding, looking for crack rocks. And he was smoking Parmesan cheese. He was smoking all kinds of shit. K is ketamine.
Deployment or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed.
Yeah, they're just projecting away from Biden. Honestly, if you use ketamine in a therapy treatment, I mean, okay, I don't really give a damn. I don't know how deadly it is, but I'm assuming that if a professional gives it to you, you'll be fine. You won't die, right? Obviously, he's not using it every day. That would be impossible. At least I don't think so.
Needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick.
Did it read that last super chat out loud with the TTS bot? I'm just genuinely curious.
Pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together, we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before.
But if you guys have any other questions, comments, anything you guys want to talk about, you can drop some super chats. I'm all here for it. Every single one of them is getting read out loud by the TTS bot. And if you guys love our country and you love our great nation, make sure you subscribe. Get those likes way up there, boys. Get those likes way up there. Here, let's watch this. I think I missed this about 2 days ago. Loading.
Yeah, please.
Are you okay? Question, Mr. President?
Go ahead.
There's a lot of debate right now about these license plate scanners that are going up across the country. They're called flop cameras. People are worried that the police might misuse them.
Oh, people are mad about this, that he didn't put down flop cameras. Flop cameras are already cooked. We're already cooked, boys. They've been watching us for too long. We're done. We're finished. I really don't care about flop cameras. They don't need flop cameras to watch you. They got plenty of cameras right here to keep their eyes on you.
Have you heard of them?
Yep.
What's your stance?
Well, it's being studied right now. You know, you have pros and cons, right? It's being studied right now. We'll have an answer sort of as to our views on it over the next couple of weeks.
Mr. President, yesterday John Ossoff said you'd rather travel with your aide, Natalie Harper.
We have all of our same values and all of our same rights. If anything, our values have gotten even stronger because we have to constantly defend them against demon rat loser Democrats.
As president, what is your response?
The demon rats! The demon rats!
John Ossoff.
You mean Pee Wee Herman?
I don't have a jackass hat. All I have is
I
my
would
Trump
much rather
2028 hat.
Do other things. It's a we're building.
If
a great
anyone wants to
facility.
send me a Democrat hat, aka a jackass hat, because the literal symbol for the Democrat Party is a literal jackass. No, flop cameras are okay because there's already cameras on every street. Every red light, there's a red light cameras. There's red light cameras. There's cameras in your phone. There's cameras listening to you every single place you go. It's already too late.
Here, we're fixing a White House that hasn't been taken care of. You can look at this. This room was a disgraceful.
Of course, I would like. Of course, I don't support flop cameras. I don't support them. Don't get me wrong on it. I don't support them at all. But at the end of the day, you know. It doesn't really, I don't really care. It doesn't really worry me. Don't really care.
It was let go. The whole building, the White House, was let go.
There's cameras not on every street, but there's cameras everywhere. All these stores, all these businesses, a lot of them have cameras. Then you got cameras at the red lights. And then if that fails, you always have a camera right here. And you have your front-facing camera as well. So there's plenty of cameras out there. If they want to find you or see what you're doing that badly, they will. It's not going to be a problem for them. Not going to be a problem for them. What's up, Ringo?
Exteriors were falling apart.
A donkey is a jackass. Therefore, it's the jackass party of Democrats.
The columns were falling apart. The whole place was a mess. In addition, they've been trying to get a ballroom for the last 150 years. And when I said I was going to build a ballroom, the military asked if they could see me. And they say, sir, we have an opportunity to go down deep into the ground and build a military facility to go to the White House.
Democrats have no morals. A little bit off topic, off this video of Trump. Democrats have no morals. They start screaming, free Palestine, the children and the women of Palestine. And then there'll be 30 million abortions in America. Oh, that ain't murder. They're just aborting that baby. It ain't murder. It's just abortion. What do you think murder is? When you take another human's life. And that's exactly what it is. That is literally exactly what it is.
In D.C., which would be so valuable.
The women and children of Palestine. And then you just go ahead and abort millions of freaking babies. You sick demon rats aborting babies at 8 and 9 months and then screaming about Palestine, a place that doesn't even exist. Are you crazy? The whole Democrat Party is about free stuff, free healthcare, free this, free that, free Palestine. Every single word is free, and nothing is free. Nothing is free, man.
And then they came up with the drone port on top, which would be a major drone port to protect the White House and all of D.C. And all of those things added up, and it became much more than just a ballroom. And I said to myself, well, what an opportunity. I mean, if I was just going to build a ballroom, I could have had it built very quickly, because I build very well and very quickly. We went 5 stories down into the ground. We did a lot of tremendous...
If you don't like abortion, then stop voting Democrat. If you really didn't like abortion, you would stop voting Democrat. Simple.
Things for the military, things that they could never get. They said this is an opportunity that we have because you're building the ballroom, that if you would be willing to spend more time, we would love to be able. We've been trying to do this at the White House for many, many years, and they've been trying to have a ballroom at the White House for many, many years. Now, what happened is we used to use tents. And the tents are usually made of either plastic.
I don't give a damn about Palestine. It's 89% of them voted in a terrorist regime. 89% of them back in 2005 voted for Hamas for one single promise: to destroy Israel and take it over. That's after Israel left there in 2005 or 3. When did Israel leave there? Somewhere around then. They left Gaza. They left all their homes. They left all this infrastructure. They left greenhouses. They left clean beaches. They left all this stuff. They left really nice neighborhoods and houses. All this infrastructure. They left Gaza. Every single piece of great infrastructure they could have wanted. And they took it. They spit on it. They shit on it. And they destroyed it. So...
a plastic material or canvas.
You know, those Palestinians don't exist. The Gazan people are not a good group of people.
Caliber. They wouldn't stop anything.
Now, is there innocent women and children out there? Sure there is. Do I feel bad for them? Yeah, I feel bad for them. But when the majority of your city is terrorists, you're doomed. You're doomed for whatever their fate is. You are doomed for whatever their fate is. When you let if you live in an apartment block and you let terrorists take over your apartment block, then what can you expect other than terror to happen? You let terrorists take over your city, your apartment block, whatever it is. You have to expect to lose your life at some point or another.
Very dangerous. And they haven't used a tent for years. They haven't had any big... Like we have President
I like
Xi
Barack Obama comparatively now to all the libtards we got. Like, I love Barack Obama compared to Biden, AOC, Kamala Harris. I'm a major fan of Barack. He deported 5 million people.
September 24th or so. I think.
Now, I don't like everything he did. I hate probably a good 80 to 90% of the stuff he did. But Barack Obama had a couple good things he did. I'm not going to hold that on him.
24th, and we'd love to have 2,000 people coming to dinner and celebrating.
It's
a
the
nice
parents'
evening,
fault for allowing
but we only have a room
terrorists
that's
to
going to
take
hold
over.
89 people, and 89 people is not appropriate. So maybe more importantly, it's totally secure with bulletproof windows, bulletproof sides. It's drone-proof. It's missile, every at the top of the line, and we need it, and especially with.
Yeah, Barack Obama pretty much did build up all those rockets and missiles and all the weaponry that Iran has is thanks to Barack Obama. So you can thank him for that, but
with what's happened, unfortunately, to the world, you could say. Yeah.
So do you believe the ballroom was a big part of your presidency?
This morning you said you would bomb the S out of Oman if they got in the way of reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Would you say you're out of patience with Oman as strategic?
No, I don't think they behave very well, but we'd handle them very easily, just like we do others.
Just based on your answer on the ballroom, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I have two questions.
Go ahead.
There was a report by Center Square that nearly 24 Democratic attorney generals months before.
get those likes way, way up there, guys. We're almost at 200 likes, though, chat. Almost 200 likes.
Before your reelection were basically planning already lawsuits against you, and wanted to see what your
Listen,
comment.
y'all are spamming the comment section. If you want anything read out loud, drop super chats. The super chats are automatically read out loud by a bot. I'll read them again and discuss them. Other than that, y'all can spam the comments with what you want.
Is on that. Second question.
Well, I heard about that. I'm not surprised because they've weaponized this country like never before. The Democrats, or the Democrats as they call them, they've weaponized the country like nobody's ever seen anything like it. When you see the reports that are coming out now, that you would have never seen if I had not won the election in a landslide. But you would have never seen it if I didn't win the election. But the reports that you see coming out now and the kind of illegal activity that they used on the 2020 election and beyond is earth-shattering. These are very dishonest people, so I wouldn't be surprised to hear that.
Mr. President, based on your answer, Mr. President.
Sorry, this is on D.C. You have mentioned before if the Democrats get in again, that they may and make D.C. a state. A while back, Senator Michael had floated an idea.
It wouldn't be a state. It wouldn't be. I mean, if we're talking about us, we have, as you know, a very radically left person elected mayor, who I haven't met. I'm sure she's very nice, but very, very, very radical left. And we would have to federalize D.C. You know, we've made D.C. great. When I got here, it was a very dangerous capital. I would have said to Ryder, don't come, it's too dangerous. Now I can say you can walk down the street, you can grab Nathaniel and all your friends, you can walk in, you're going to be very safe. But if you were here a year and a half ago, the numbers were horrible. The crime stats, the murders, the death, the drug dealing, everything was we have one of the safest, we've taken it from one of the most unsafe cities in the country to as safe a city as there is. Amazing what's happened to Washington, and it's our capital. We have to have a safe capital.
Let me ask chat, do any of you want to watch a couple minutes of this Elon Musk interview? Anyone want to watch a couple minutes of this Mr. Elon Musk interview? The wealthiest man in the world, one of the smartest intellectuals in the world. Does anyone want to watch it? Let me know down below.
At Germonti Pettigrew donated $9.99 Americi through Super Chat. If Democrats weaponized the country, how come there's no proof of that? Not only is there no proof, Trump, you literally weaponized the country and now you're trying to blame us. Wow, so pathetic.
Oh, there is proof. There is plenty of proof out there. The proof is Mark Zuckerberg admitted. Mark Zuckerberg literally admitted. He literally admitted that Facebook was weaponized against the Republicans to silence them. Literally admitted to weaponizing it. He said, yes, the Biden administration made us weaponize Facebook and Instagram against the Republicans. And you don't think it was the same for YouTube and Twitter? When they deplatformed people like Donald J. Trump, we have the evidence. The evidence is out there. We have the evidence of over 6,500 illegal alien immigrants that the Democrats weaponized and allowed them to register to vote in New Jersey. In New Jersey, over 400 of them on record voted. Over 400 of them. So yes, we have plenty of weaponization done by the Democrat Party. The Democrats have weaponized the country, not to mention they weaponized the country. They wanted to make vaccine passports. They wanted to make vaccine travel documents. If you didn't have these travel documents, if you didn't have your vaccine card, you weren't allowed to travel. But now all of a sudden, that's what they wanted. Now all of a sudden, we can't ask for voter ID. That's trying to weaponize it right there. You can't ask for voter ID. You're weaponizing illegal alien immigrants to vote in these elections. Now, I just gave you 2 pieces of proof right there. Not to mention, they gave him a fake 90 felony charges 3 months before the election. You had 80 years. 80 years of Donald J. Trump's life. You could have put him in jail any month, any year for the last 80 years. And you try to put him in jail 3 months before the election because he's winning? That is weaponization. That is weaponization. You didn't want to let any of us travel. You were going to make a vaccine passport. You had these vaccine documents. You weren't going to let anyone on a plane if you had your way. Evil demon rats. Demon rats. What can I say? Evil demon rats. That's the truth, guys. That's the damn truth.
And we did it through a lot of different reasons, but we also put the National Guard here. But in addition to that, the cleanliness, the new grass, the graffiti's all gone.
Facebook targeting was weaponization. We have plenty of weaponization out there. You try to weaponize against Joe Rogan. CNN literally put a gray filter on Joe Rogan's face and said he was taking horse tranquilizer, when ivermectin was used on humans far more than it was ever used on animals. You can Google search this. So CNN is full of fucking shit. If you watch CNN, you're stupid.
We fixed up 82
I'm sorry, you're either misled or stupid.
monuments, fountains, and other things. The places, and when you see it in 6 months from now, it's going to be even beyond that. We're proud of our capital. I think these things are important. Whether you build, whether you do something to fix the White House, where, you know, now they've never had a real estate developer, a good one, a real good one, here before, and they might not ever have one again.
I changed the super chat voice, guys. That one kind of sounded Mexican, so I don't know. I changed it to something else. No clue how it's gonna sound, but actually we can give it a try. Hold on.
But, you know, fixing up our great capital is a very important thing. I think it's very important psychologically. It's very important from the standpoint
I don't know. It still
people
sounds
being able to come
Hispanic
to
to me.
the country and not get murdered in the capital. People would come here. We had one of the worst, one of the most unsafe cities in the country. Now we have one of the safest. Just to finish, we had a real problem with restaurants. Nobody wanted to have restaurants, entrepreneurs, restaurant entrepreneurs. Now you can't get space. Every restaurant is packed. The place is booming. People aren't going to get mugged and raped and beat to hell and shot and killed in Washington, D.C. One of the safest places. Crime is down 84%. And I did that in a short period of time. It's also down in Memphis, where we went specifically, and it's also down in New Orleans. I was asked by the governor, could I do something, because they were having Mardi Gras. It was very bad. And they had the best Mardi Gras they've ever had, the safest Mardi Gras that they've ever had. And we could do it in New York, we could do it in California, we could do it in Chicago if we were asked to do it. But the crime stats in the whole country, we have down 15, 16, 70%, a record.
Crime is way down. Way down. Crime went faster down than any other president in U.S. history. So what can y'all say about the National Guard? Y'all can't scream dictator, dictator, dictator. No, we needed the National Guard in all these cities. We needed these ICE agents coming through, snatching people out of their homes, snatching people out of the churches, snatching people out of schools, dragging kids out of schools, and deporting them out of our country. I don't care where these criminals hide, kick down the door and grab them out of there. Simple as that. Just like you would do for any other criminal.
Why hasn't Kim Jong-un responded to your request to have a conversation?
How do you know he hasn't responded?
Has he?
Crime dropped the fastest it's ever dropped under Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, yes.
Did you speak to him? Did you speak to him before you made the announcement yesterday?
Where are you in conversation?
I'm very positive. Well, just so you understand with South Korea, look, South Korea has been protected by us for many, many years. And during my first term, they agreed to pay close to $3 billion a year for protection because we don't, they essentially weren't bad. And I asked them to do that at my request. I said, no, they weren't happy about it, but they agreed. I asked for $10 billion, and they were very unhappy. But we agreed for a short term that it would be $3 billion, and next year it would go up, and the next year it would go up, so they start paying for their protection. When the election was rigged and I ended up watching for 4 years and then coming back, I watched Biden rescind that $3 billion here for whatever reason.
Back to my question again. Does anyone want to check out the full length, not the full video, but the Elon Musk interview with The Economist? Anyone care to see the Elon Musk interview with The Economist? Let me know. I mean, does anyone want to see it? Yes or no in chats?
I called recently the president of South Korea, who I like. I think he's very nice, actually. But I called him. I said, would you like to give us a little hand? We don't need help with Iran, but if you'd like, give us a hand with Iran. He said, no, thanks. And I said, wait a minute. We have 39,000 soldiers over there guarding you from Kim Jong-un, your next-door neighbor. And you're not going to help us on a very
gas
easy
prices are cheap.
Military operation in Iran? That's strange. No, we'd rather not get involved. I say, well, why are we involved in helping you? So, and I want to help them, but, when you...
Sure, if it's good, I say yes, 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 yes. How many? Let's see. Can we get 10 more yeses? Do you guys want to see the Elon Musk interview? Let me know. Let me know. Yes, anyone else?
You ask somebody, would you like to give us a hand? And they say, no, thanks. And then we're guarding them from a country and paying ourselves.
All right, let's check out the Elon Musk interview. This is kind of old, and I want to check out some of the Elon. Let's take a look at the Elon.
Elon Musk, thank you so much for joining me on The Insider. Thank you for having us here at Tesla Giga. It is really hard to introduce you without using superlatives. I mean, you are doing, I think, more to build the future than literally anybody alive right now.
I'm doing a lot of building in general.
You're doing a lot of building.
Instinctive builder, I suppose. I just like building things.
You are, but you're building.
Well, yeah, because guess who's 9% of the population and built the majority of the world? The white man! The white man!
I mean,
run around building things all day long.
You run around building a lot of things.
Yes.
You pioneered electric vehicles. You revolutionized space travel. You've got a cutting-edge AI model now. Humanoid robots. Can we start this conversation by you putting all of this together?
Yeah.
Tell me what the world's going to be like in, let's say, 10 years if you succeed.
10 years, so we're talking 2036.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll both be around.
Hopefully, yes.
We can.
Probably. Most likely we will be. It's hard to imagine the future where there's not an overwhelming amount of artificial intelligence. Meaning, like in 10 years, I would expect artificial intelligence to be...
I do believe there's going to be a lot of artificial intelligence in the future. I'm interested to see what he's going to say. But yes, Democrats are jealous of anyone that has more than them. Because secretly, they're the most jealous, envious people. They want a lot of money. They just don't want to work for it.
Far greater than the sum of human intelligence. Like, far greater. In fact, I think AI may exceed the sum of human intelligence in around 5 years.
In 5 years?
Roughly 5 years is my guess. So there really won't be anything that AI can't do better than humans apart from being human, perhaps.
At a more prosaic level, what will life be like?
The most likely outcome is an age of amazing abundance, where anyone can have anything they can think of. This may sound preposterous, but well, here we are in 2026. Let's see where we stand in 2036. Now, of course, there are things that could derail this, like a massive global thermonuclear war or something like that. But assuming that there's not World War III, I think we're headed for an age.
I got Starlink too. I'm not using it right now. I use it more as like a backup internet provider. But yeah, I got a Starlink too. I just got the remote one that I can carry it around.
Age of amazing abundance. So this is, I guess, a message of optimism and excitement about the future.
So we'll talk about the abundance in a second, but just on a very prosaic matter, how are your companies going to be making money? Because when you, in the SpaceX IPO prospectus, it looked as though the overwhelming amount of the revenue would be coming from AI, from Grok, really. It won't be transporting things to space, as SpaceX is now doing. What will your companies be doing in 10 years? And how will they make money?
Well, you can really think of the economy as digital and physical intelligence. So what we have right now advancing very rapidly is digital intelligence, obviously, with AI that is, it seems, almost with every passing week, there are more AI breakthroughs. It can do something amazing that it couldn't do before. But it's still somewhat confined to the digital realm. It doesn't have end effectors. You need the end effectors in the form of humanoid robotics. You need basically lots of bots, in a nutshell. You need lots of bots. And then you can go from...
So with lots of bots, we won't need illegal alien immigrants anymore, chat. We won't need to pay criminals from Mexico $2 an hour. We'll just have robots do it, and these illegals can go back where they came from. But get those likes up, guys. Get those likes up. Get those likes way up. We're almost to 200 likes. And also subscribe, guys. Subscribe.
Intelligence manifesting itself only digitally to shaping atoms. And you say, what is an economy? An economy is the production of goods and provision of services. And if you have vast numbers of robots with vast amounts of digital intelligence, you have a sort of a quasi-infinite economy. So this is really... The future is going to be very, very different from the past. There's no analogy or metaphor that I think illustrates the magnitude of change that we're going to experience here.
I understand that, and I'm also trying to kind of figure out what that world will look like. But
I think
in some
it'll
way
be
you
good.
have
It's going to be pretty incredible.
Yeah, we'll also do. There are some risks too.
What do y'all think? Is he talking crazy talk? 200 likes, chat. 200 likes. Now all we have to do is get to 37,200. We only need about 12 more of y'all. Sorry, 22 more of y'all. Get those likes way, way up there. Yeah, y'all want to see the hat again here, just to show y'all.
We'll come to those. We'll come to those. But
yes.
Just on how then you make money, because in the end, people are buying your shares because they expect you to make money. Do you sell
I'll make another
robots?
prediction. Money won't matter in 2036.
You're watching my interview with...
I think he's full of it, honestly. I don't agree with that last stuff that he's been saying, but he's giving out this socialist bullcrap rhetoric.
Elon Musk. If you want to get early access...
10 years' time.
I think it is unlikely. in the same way that if the difference in intelligence between AI and humans is vastly greater than the difference in intelligence between AI and chimpanzees, it's hard to imagine that the chimpanzees would be in charge.
I'm really
And
struck
we are
by this.
essentially an evolved form of chimpanzee. So it wasn't that long ago that we were swinging through the trees, eating bananas.
Yeah, I know what socialism is. There's probably a better word to describe what he's talking about, but I don't like it one single bit. I probably ain't gonna watch the rest of it really, because this is just pissing me off. The kind of shit that he spews like this sometimes. Now, don't get me wrong. I think Elon is an intelligent guy. He knows what he's talking about 100%, but he's not right about all of his predictions. He has a lot of ridiculous predictions that try to shape people's opinions on certain things.
Bananas in the jungle. And we still eat bananas, by the way.
We do.
We do. And there's still, bananas.
Sometimes swing through trees as well. But
Yes, we sometimes swing through trees. It's kind of fun. It's sort of reminiscent of the past. For all time's sake, swing through the trees once in a while. Probably, there should be more swinging.
Yeah, I have seen the bugs crawling on Nick Fuentes. Yeah, that's kind of sad. I mean, all these streamers are dusty and dirty. It's kind of hilarious.
Through trees. I bet it's way more fun than people think.
I'm with you on that. I'm definitely with you on swinging through trees. I love swinging through trees. But I'm really struck listening to you say this now, because I've been listening to a bunch of things that you've said over the years.
Yeah.
And 10 years ago, you were on a podcast, I think it was with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you said that the thing that terrified you most was rapid recursive self-improvement in AIs.
Yes.
And that you said, and it really struck with me, you said that we will just be the pet Labradors at the best.
Well,
then. Now you see,
Labradors are pretty happy creatures. That's my experience.
but in 2023, you asked for a slowdown in AI because you were worried about it.
Well, I signed on to, as one of many, like 500 people. I was just, one of many signatories on that thing.
But I think even
Oh, come on, Elon! Don't flip flop. One minute you say AI is going to take over and it's going to be evil. It's going to destroy society. The next minute you say AI is going to take over and we're all going to have everything we always wanted. Every little thing's going to be free. Anyone that wants a Lamborghini or a mansion can just get one. I mean, this is crazy. It's either one extreme to another extreme. And don't get me wrong, I really do think Elon's a genius. I support what he does. But at the end of the day, this is just getting ridiculous. I mean, come on, Elon.
last year you said, I know, where was it, Ted Cruz's podcast, you said there was a 10 to 20% chance of killer robots wiping out.
@womanofthepass donatet $4.99 truc superchat. Suglat young man like is keeping in a strong.
I appreciate that. I still don't know why the bot is now speaking Spanish to me, but I'll figure out how to change that later on, I guess. It's like I went from one voice to another voice. I mean, are the only options Spanish voices? How do I change just to like? Oh yeah, literally all my text-to-speech options are Hispanic voices. I guess I'll go back to Zena, I guess. Later I gotta work on that. Later I gotta change it a little bit, but you can still understand what it's saying, right? That's insane, but it's funny. Yeah, it's literally like some Hispanic woman. But much love, thank you. I appreciate you. God bless.
At humanity.
Yeah.
So you sounded worried then.
It literally said cuatro, like it said the whole number part in Spanish, and then it read the rest of it in English with a heavy Spanish accent. Okay, it's funny, but still.
And now you seem very relaxed about it. Have you changed your view?
I still think there's risk associated with AI and robots. It's not zero. I guess I've come to my sort of philosophical conclusion is to look on the bright side. I can't see any way to really stop this incredible momentum of AI and robots. And at times I sort of think, well, perhaps even if there was a stop button, we probably shouldn't press it because the most likely outcome is incredible abundance for all.
That's what
I don't think there's such thing as credible in abundance for all. I'm sorry. I mean, his takes on AI are crazy. I really don't know how much he even knows about AI, or if, like, I really don't even know at this point.
thought, actually. It struck me that now you seem to have decided it's inevitable.
This is pretty much as I can take about this whole crap with Elon at the moment. I don't like when he goes off on his AI tangents. He has horrible AI takes.
Mr. President, welcome to the
Horrible takes on AI. I'm not going to lie.
Axios show.
Thank you.
We wanted to make this more of a conversation than a typical interview where we're just going to hop around from topics to topic. And we wanted to do, Axios likes to do one big thing.
Okay.
And so the one big thing we want to talk about is power and how you think about it and how you wield it. And so a decade ago, you first became president, and you've had loads of experience since then.
He's a utopian thinker. Yeah, he's always thinking about either total destruction or total utopia. And I can't take any of those comments about total utopia or total destruction. I'm sorry. I can't imagine anything what he's saying is going to happen. But he is a smart guy, but, some of his predictions and takes, I just can't take them anymore. I honestly can't. But no one's going to agree with everyone on everything. I don't agree with Trump on everything. But he's still my president. I still voted and supported him.
In that span of time, what is the one big thing you've learned about wielding power?
Well, I think you have to do it judiciously. I think that experience is good. I always say that potential is far more important. In other words, having ability is far more important than experience, but having both is very good. And I learned a lot during the first administration. And I was told just the other day, because, we had a tremendous G7 and very dominant G7. We got what I wanted. And somebody said the other day that this is a far more powerful administration or term than the first one. And we had a good first term.
I appreciate that, Magic Mike, but honestly, my hair is getting flat now. I don't like when it gets flat, and it's because, humidity, when you live in a hot place.
We had the best economy. We had a lot of good things happening. We rebuilt the military. We did a good job. But I feel it's a more powerful term than the first one. Now, that comes with experience. It also comes by having somebody precede you who was a disaster. I mean, the man was a disaster. And so when you're compared to somebody like that, you look maybe better than you are. That's possible. But I feel that it's a very powerful administration right now.
But that's because you've applied lessons. You've done some things differently. What are some of those things you did differently or better than you did before?
Well, it's a terrible answer, actually, but I don't think about it. I just do what I have to do. I want to get something done. I don't say, oh, I'm going to do it a little bit differently this time. I probably say that down deep, but I don't think about like, gee, what can I do differently? I just want to get the job done. And I've always gotten the job done. That's how I got elected the first time, and that's how I got elected the second time. But the second Trump administration is a more powerful, and it feels more to me. I mean, I may be wrong. You would know maybe better than I would because I don't give it a lot of thought. But I think it's a more powerful administration, and I think the first one was really good. I rebuilt the military in the first one. I did Space Force. I did so many things. We had the best economy. We had a great economy. We had the best job numbers. We had everything. First administration was good. We got hit by COVID. That's not my fault. But at the end, we had a great administration.
It was a great first administration. And honestly, I'm liking this second administration probably more than the first one. Even though I know life in America has changed a lot since COVID, unfortunately, I like this one better.
But this one is, I think, better.
Not just in America, though, all around the world.
You mentioned the G7. You saw a number of world leaders. You walked in and you said, "I'm the boss."
Yeah.
How many of them believe that?
All of them. But I was just being funny. What happened is they were all sitting, and then I walked into the room, and it was just sort of funny because it's a very long table, but there's only 7 of them. The table is meant for like 30 people, so the whole end of the table looked like almost a perfect podium type setup, right? And I saw them all sitting. They're all well-known figures, right? The heads of countries. We had a couple of others in there too, as you know. Some, like as an example, Modi of India, great guy. A lot of people came. They're allowed to come if they want and sit. But I walked in there, these leaders, and I just looked at them. I said, "I'm the boss, and you remember." And you know that was done as a joke. This thing got carried all over the world. I can't believe it. I was just being cute, funny. I wasn't trying to be the boss.
They think every single thing Trump says is 100% true. I do believe it was a joke, like he's claiming, but I also do believe it was actually a true statement to basically make sure he establishes his dominance in the room. That's his tactics. That's what he knows how to do.
Boss.
You have experience, obviously, with world leaders from your 2 terms. What's your definition of a great leader? How do you define great?
Well, you have so many different types of leaders. Yesterday, as an example, I'll mention the name again because pretty great. You know, all my life I've watched India. They just kept changing. Somebody would be there for 6 months and then a year. And then all of a sudden, Prime Minister Modi ends up there. He's been there for more than 12 years, very solid. And he does it through like there's a great calmness, and yet he's not a calm person. He's a very tough guy. I know him very well. And you have such different leaders. I watched Brazil, the leader who I know a little bit. He's a very volatile person. You know,
you're not a fan of Lula, if I'm not mistaken.
Not a fan or not a fan. I don't think about him, to be honest with you. I don't really think about him. I couldn't care less. But he's a different kind of a person now, very volatile. I watched as he made a speech, and it was a very volatile, and it's fine. It's all different types. So when you say about leaders, when you say about, you know, what do they all have in common? Look, they're all smart. You can't get to that level without being smart. You know, he's very smart.
Yeah, that's very true. You can't get to the highest level without being smart. But Democrats just think anyone can be a billionaire. That's not the case.
Smart as President Xi of China. He's a very smart man. You don't get to those levels where you're running a country, even if it was a small country. You have something special. Now, in some cases, it doesn't work out. But you need something special. It's not an easy thing to do.
What is it about Xi that you find most admirable?
So we have a very good relationship. And you probably heard me say yesterday, I said, you know, I want to thank him because he didn't get involved with the whole thing with Iran. He could have gotten involved. He could have sent a nice oil ship surrounded by 12 destroyers and see if he could blast his way through the blockade, which was an unbelievable military. I think it's going to go down as one of the great military maneuvers. It was every bit as important as all the bombing we did. It really, they were dying. They had no money, no nothing for months. But President Xi, I asked him, I said, I'd really appreciate you not getting involved.
Apparently, Russia's getting involved with the Iran war. That's the only thing I'm a little bit concerned about at the moment. Hopefully, Russia stays out of it. That's all I gotta say. But get those likes up, guys. Get those likes way, way up there. Most importantly, subscribe. Subscribe, guys. Share this too.
And he was
also,
great.
do we have any Democrats in here that want to debate? Maybe it's time to put on the red hat. Yeah, what do y'all think? I think so.
Involved. And I think if somebody else would have said that, I don't think somebody else would have even asked him that, but I did. I get along with him well. He's a strong man. He's no games. He won't sit down and say, "Oh, what a beautiful day. This is a wonderful day, Mark. Look how beautiful. Look at the sunshine." There's none of that stuff. It's like all business, which I like. I think it's great.
Is there something about the Chinese system that you think advantages him in his country that you wish you had here?
Well, it's actually supposed to be a disadvantage. We have the entrepreneurship and all the things you read about, but they're there just about as quick as we are. You go to something's hot, and we get there, and the Chinese are standing there before us. Or we beat them by a little bit. But I'll tell you, we're beating them on AI. We have the strongest military in the world. We have the most powerful military in the world. He admitted to me, you have the most powerful. I did a great job. I rebuilt our military in the first
Xi Jinping admitted that to Donald J. Trump? The whole world knows we're the toughest.
term and did it well. Look, take a look at Venezuela. 48 minutes, the whole thing was over. 48 minutes. And by the way, now we have a great relationship, and we've paid for that war with Venezuela many, many, many times. We're taking out millions of barrels of oil, and we're making them more money than they've ever made before. All the big oil companies are moving in. It's amazing. There's no place with that kind of oil. I guess us, maybe we have the most. And they're probably second or third.
Obviously, if I ask you who are the two greatest or leaders you like the most on the world stage, I would assume one of them is Xi.
Yeah, I think in terms of leadership, I think that's true.
Who's the other? When you think of power and leverage and the ability to execute on that.
Well, I think Modi is very good, yeah. They've had some very good numbers announced. He stays out of wars, which is smart. He's 1.5 billion people. He's actually the biggest. India's actually the biggest. Modi's a great leader, and we do a lot of business with them, but now we do fair business. They used to really rip us off. I don't blame them for that. We had stupid politicians, but that allowed that to happen. But now we do a lot.
1.5 billion people in India. Wow. Wow. The chances of being born in the United States of America on a global level is like under 5%. You're more likely to be born in Africa or India.
A lot of business. They're not that happy about it because they used to do a lot better. So, but Modi's great. President Xi is great. Classics, I mean, if you were going to make a movie about either one of them, you wouldn't be able to find the man in Hollywood. I'm telling you, it's as an example, the look of Xi's got a great look. Looks don't matter, right? We don't like that. They say don't talk about looks, but he's he's tall. He's 6'2". He's got a great stature. He's got great confidence, and he's smart. Modi in a very different way, just highly respected. I've seen, I know the real Modi is a very tough cookie. I'll tell you, I got to know some that I didn't know very well in Pakistan. You have the field marshal, who's great. Munir, he's great. And you have the prime minister, and they just get along great. I figured, well, maybe the military guy would be, he totally respects the prime minister. It's a beautiful thing to see. But they really helped us with this deal. They were, they knew the Iranians, they knew the people, and they were good. You have leaders you have so many different types. For the most part, if you're a smart person, you can understand, you have to be in these positions. You have to be smart. You have to be tough, maybe smart even more so, but the combination is probably better. But there are a lot of great leaders out there, and there are a lot of really bad ones.
Okay, well, let's talk about that.
Who's the bad one?
Who are the two weakest?
Well, I can't say that because
you can. You're the president.
I can't say. I will tell you though that this couple of days was interesting. It was held in France.
Oh, there's your hint right there. He's thinking about Macron. He thinks Macron is one of the weakest leaders. Can we really blame him, guys? Can we really blame him? Get those likes up, though, guys. Get those likes up.
And Emmanuel Macron of France, who won't be there that much longer. He's the president.
Oh, my God. This guy has his profile picture of Black Lives Matter. He doesn't even realize there is no such thing as systematic racism. Other than DEI practices are racist against the white man. But there's no real systematic racism against black people in America anymore. Sorry. Black Lives Matter should have been labeled as a terrorist organization.
And he was, I'll tell you what, he did a great job of hosting the G7, really good. No games, no nothing. And he invited me about a week before. He said, would you do me a favor? Would you come into Paris? We'd like to honor you. I view it as honoring the nation. But he said, I'd like to honor you. And he had the biggest people in Europe there and beyond. I mean, some people in Versailles. And I was sort of not going to do it, but he knew my weakness because I think Versailles is one of the great places. So I figured,
What's your weakness?
like places like Versailles. But no, it's incredible. So, and it's not something they do. I understand that they don't do that. They don't do dinners at Versailles. And we had a fantastic dinner. I think he did a fantastic job, I'll tell you, with the G7. I've seen G7s. I've been to a lot of G7s and used to be G8s.
Wow, dinner at Versailles?
They should have kept the G8. You probably wouldn't have the war with Russia and Ukraine if they did, but Obama didn't want Putin there. I guess one or two others also, but they wanted Putin out. It used to be the G8. Would have been much better if they kept it that way.
Speaking of Putin, who do you admire more out of the two of them, Putin or Zelensky?
Well, I think it's amazing what's happened. Actually, you have a war that should have been over very quickly. You know, I don't know if you know the story, but when that started, Putin had hundreds of tanks that were driving up a highway. There's a highway, concrete, very good highway, solid as a rock, right into Kiev. And about halfway there, he would have been there in 3 hours going at 51 miles an hour, which is about the max speed for a tank. And they had, remember the big line of tanks, right? And they had some general who probably is no longer with us. He decided rather than going right into Kiev and ending the war on the first day, I don't think anyone even knows this story, that he would go through the farmland and through the dirt and the mud. And they had a record-setting rainstorm a couple of days before, and those tanks got stuck in that mud. And I gave them javelins, and they took out the tanks. I gave it before this happened. But, there's an expression because they say, oh, you're so nice to Russia. I'm not nice to Russia. I've been very tough on Russia. I've been very tough on China, tougher than anybody. That's why they respect me. I have good relationships with these people, but I gave them javelins. A javelin is an anti-tank weapon.
Wow, that's a crazy story. That's a crazy story.
And those tanks were obliterated. And everybody said, what's wrong? Because, they have the satellites, right? The satellite photos. Yeah. And the tanks were lined up and they weren't moving for days. And then they came to hit them with satellites. They were locked in quicksand practically. It was mud like quicksand. They couldn't move. Had the general just tells you that's why war is always risky. Had this general just gone right up the concrete highway, they would have been in Kiev within 4 hours, and there wasn't a damn thing that Ukraine was going to do about it. That war would have been over in one day. That was 4.5 years ago. So that was a terrible mistake. And here's a general decides, rather than going up the middle of a highway right into the town, they couldn't have done anything. They were totally unprepared. And not only that, when they wiped out all these tanks, it gave them confidence. Confidence is very important. But have you ever heard that story, by the way?
I haven't heard that story. I know that you had armed Ukraine.
I don't think anyone's ever heard that story.
With javelins.
I gave
the
them
prior
javelins.
Administration wasn't.
The expression, Trump gave them javelins, Obama gave them sheets, right? That's true.
Well, let's shift a little because time is of the essence. Shift to Iran. There's now light at the end of the tunnel for the conflict. What have you learned about not just the exercise of power, but the limits on your power as a result of the conflict?
There are no limits.
No limits.
No, I haven't learned that lesson yet. I know there are, but, there are no limits. We defeated them totally militarily. I was asked by Pakistan, because they're close, to please not do any more. I said, I like them a lot. I stopped Pakistan from fighting India to nuclear.
Yup, part of the non-wars that Donald J. Trump stopped. Part of the non-wars. Part of the non-wars. Y'all really don't like the channel name. Should we change the channel name? Let me know, chat. I've had some discussions with some people multiple times. And, I don't know. Should I change the channel name? It could give us a fresh start. There's pros and there's cons to it, but I don't know. We've already built a brand. Not really built a brand, but we've built a name for ourselves. Well, we could change it. Let me know, chat. Should we change the name of the channel from Euro and Travel to something else? I mean, it's sometimes I bring up the stories of how I lived all around the world and Europe and all kinds of other stuff. Oh, here we go. Now they're saying
And
Donald
the
Trump
Prime
hair.
Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 50 million lives. They were going to use nuclear weapons. 11 planes were shot down. They were at it. And I was hearing about it. Then I saw some really terrible pictures.
Why do I need to change my life? I love my life. I love my life, Democrats.
We're going at it. Pakistan
nice
and
try.
India, they have gone at
Y'all
it in the
should
past.
change your lives. Move out of mama's basement. I know you're 33 years old, but it ain't too late. I mean, maybe it is, but it ain't too late.
And they're both nuclear armed heavily. And they were going to use those nuclear weapons. And the Prime Minister of Pakistan said Donald Trump saved 50 million lives. But it's not 50. I think it was much more than that. 50 is nothing when you look at 1.5 billion people just in India alone. So I think that there are no limits. We have the most powerful military in the world, by far. Who else could have done a blockade like that? I did a naval blockade where not one ship was able to get through. Some tried. They didn't, it didn't last very long.
And it certainly brought Iran to the table more than before. However, beginning a conflict, you had talked about you only wanted unconditional surrender. And
well,
the MOU doesn't look like unconditional surrender.
Well, it really probably is unconditional surrender.
It is?
I think so. Look, they have no military. They're all at the bottom of the sea. 159 ships, that's what they have.
Sure, but they could still menace. They only had these small, Gashti boats or go-fast
look, you
boats
call it what you want. I hear the JCPOA.
This is a little bit old. The MOU never passed, thank God. But we were still in control of the Strait of Hormuz right now.
The Obama nuclear catastrophe, which was so bad. When Obama left, he didn't hit their military.
Sure.
Yeah,
he didn't damage their Navy or destroy their Air Force. I destroyed the Air Force. I destroyed their anti-aircraft weapons. That's why we were flying over there totally unimpeded. We turned off all the stealth. They couldn't do a damn thing. He didn't do any of that stuff. He didn't kill their leadership. I did twice, 2.5 times to be exact. He didn't do anything to Soleimani. I killed Soleimani.
And you killed the Ayatollah.
And I killed the Ayatollah.
And a number of IRGC officials.
And I sadly hurt the other Ayatollah, who I will tell you, I did not meet him. I did not speak to him, but people were speaking to him. But he's got a certain braveness because he's badly injured.
I heard he ran away. Some Israeli sources told me that the new Ayatollah is hiding. So I don't know how true that is.
Of the second,
yes,
Khamenei,
the son,
the junior. Nevertheless, all of those things being true,
well, you can't just say, "Oh, forget about."
No,
excuse me. I wiped out their military.
I don't dispute that.
I destroyed their general. Okay, ready? Soleimani was the father of the roadside bomb.
Mm-hmm.
When you see, which is a description of something that people understand, when you see soldiers walking around without legs or without arms, with an obliterated face, 96.2% that came from Iran, came from Soleimani. It was his favorite weapon. And I killed him. And he killed thousands of soldiers and thousands of other people, tens of thousands of other people. And I told the story the other day for the first time. You're not supposed to do that with Israel. And Israel at the last moment backed out. When I killed him, that was supposed to be done with Israel. It was a joint thing. We worked on it for 30 days. He only travels in commercial airliners with lots of people because he knows we're not going to shoot him down. You know, a military plane is different. And he got into the plane. Everything was on schedule. But a day before, Israel told us they're not going to do the attack. And I understood that because, you know, it was not so good for them. But I went to certain generals, not the stupid ones like Milley and some of these guys that were very stupid people that decided to leave equipment behind. I don't leave equipment behind. But I went to some good guys. I said, what do you guys think? They said, well, we can do it without them. We don't need them, sir. I said, would it be as good, just as good or better? And it was a flawless attack. Now, that was one of the biggest moments in the history of the Middle East because he was the most feared man in 100 years. Even Iran, even the Ayatollahs, they all feared Soleimani. Now, ready? Did Obama do that? No. That was a big thing. If I didn't take him out, and I also, in doing it, also took out the head of Iraq's ISIS. But if I didn't do that, we may not be talking today about, you know, this such a conclusive victory.
Yep. No freaking kidding. Get those likes way up there, boys and gals. We got 449 people in here. If y'all got any questions or comments, you can drop some super chats. The bot is Mexican and it's reading all the super chats out loud. So y'all would like that. I can't believe the TTS bot is Mexican. The only option I have is Mexican or Arab, and Arab doesn't even let me test it out.
Because he was a general. He was a very evil guy. He was a bad guy, but he was smart. He was a very tough general. You know what he was going to do? He was going to blow up 5 of our military bases. I got him 1 week ahead of that attack.
But that was in, what, 2019?
I don't care. It was part of the whole thing. I made that statement yesterday. I said, you know, for those people that say, oh, maybe I wasn't tough enough, I've wiped out. I took out their biggest bridge because they showed up late at the meeting. They said, that wasn't very nice. You know, that bridge, that's the George Washington Bridge. I wiped it out in 3 minutes.
TTS bot, the super chat bot, is an illegal alien immigrant. Yeah, barely knows any English. Kind of speaks kind of halfway English. You can understand it, but did they not have an option for an American voice? Was it too expensive for them to get that on the program?
I took out Carg Island, everything except one thing. I said, leave the pipes alone because, you know, I'm not looking to damage the world economy. So I think we were very tough. The people that say, oh, he could have been tougher. The entire military is gone. Ready? Air Force is gone. Do you agree? It's gone.
Wiped out.
There's no airplane.
Yeah.
There's no airplanes. They had a lot of them. They had 200 of them. They're all gone. Navy, 159 ships, right? All at the bottom of the sea. Leadership. Their first stringers, all gone, including Khomeini, the first one. They then put a new group in there, very good, but very nasty. I dealt with them. They're gone. They're all gone. And we're dealing with the third group, who I actually think is the smartest group. And I actually think it's regime change, if you want to know the truth. These are different people.
How is it regime change if
because they're different people.
But you have Khamenei Jr., you still have a lot of IRGC officials there.
They're different people.
All right.
Khamenei Jr. is different from the father.
You have a number.
And we have people that are much less radicalized than the previous two groups, of which I knew them both. But think of it. Oh, why aren't you tougher? The only way I can get tougher is if I go in there for another 2 or 3 weeks and continue to bomb the hell out of them, right? But what does that get us? The Strait of Hormuz will not be open. Let's say I did that. Let's say I decided to do that. It was a decision I had to make. So right now, our stock market is through the roof. The oil prices are tumbling. The oil prices are practically the same as they were before I started. The big difference is that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon, okay? It's very clear and very simple.
Thank God. Even if they weren't trying to build a nuclear weapon, the fact that they are kid diddling over there in Iran legally is enough reason to take them out, in my opinion. Not to mention our 47 years of conflict and war with them, and the fact that they kiddle diddle in the Middle East. I will never feel bad for any of these countries never feel bad for Afghanistan, never feel bad for Iraq, and certainly never feel bad for Iran. These homosexual, kid-diddling PDF files live in these countries where it's completely legal to kid-diddle.
But if I were hitting them right now, when you stopped, if we're not going to put boots on the ground, okay? I mean, you don't want boots on the ground, right? If we're not going to put boots on the ground, probably the same people, they go deep into the caves. They're called granite caves. They're very powerful. They go deep in, and then when we stop, they'll come up, and they'll probably be the same leaders. So nothing. Okay, ready? When I knock them out.
47 years of terrorist attacks on America and on Europe. And these idiots still just say, oh, leave them alone. Iran is harmless. You dumbass crat. You dumbo-crat.
We knocked them out so
all of our Iraq vets who lost limbs are getting a little bit of retribution.
Powerfully. We would right now have the Hormuz Strait would be totally closed. You would have mines all over it, and it would have missiles flying over billion-dollar ships, and those ships will never sail. We wouldn't have oil for months. As long as you're dropping bombs, that thing is automatically closed because those ships cost $500 to $1 billion apiece. They're not going to be sailing with rockets. So just to finish, I just looked. Oil is tumbling. Their ships are...
Yeah, I do agree. Iran is a beautiful country with really smart people. The Persian people are beautiful, but they've been taken over by radical Islam. I love my Persian friends. I even have a lot of Persian friends that have been going in and out of Iran for years and years and years. It's sad to see what needs to be done. But also my Persian friends been begging me for years and years and years. They said, please, can Trump come in again after Biden and take out the Ayatollah? They were praying for it. They knew Biden was a puss and he wasn't going to do nothing. But they were praying for the great white hope. Donald J. Trump, the great white hope. Shout out to all the Persians out there. Much love, y'all.
They're roaring out of there. They want to go home. They want to drop. They're all full with oil. This is a gusher. I mean, we have 700 or 800 ships are leaving. But if I attack them, none of those ships are leaving. The stock market is way up, way up. The stock market is up over the last 4 or 5 days when it looks like we're going to make a deal. Stock market's up thousands of points. Everybody's richer. Now, would you rather have that or be like some stupid people? I'd be honest with you.
I agree. It's not radical Islam. It's just fundamentalists in Islam. Anyone that actually believes what it says, they're not radical. They just believe what's in it. People that follow the fundamentals of Islam, it's that simple. But if you're new to the channel, show some love, like, subscribe, drop some gifts, drop some super chats, drop some memberships. Get those likes way up there.
I lost respect for some people because...
Who'd you lose respect for?
I don't want to mention the names.
Oh, you can.
But hardliners, you got to take them out yet.
Well, what are you going to do?
Let me tell you. And plus, I'm not looking to kill people.
But what are you going to do to the... In order for your plan to be fully executed as the MOU indicates, eventually it's going to have to go through Congress. There are Republicans in Congress who don't like
Well, so far, not too many, but I think it'll get approved. And if it's not approved...
What are you going to do?
By the way, Obama never got his plan approved. You know that, right? Now, Obama did something very different. He thought he could buy
in the Senate, but it wasn't a treaty. I think it was
he never got the treaty.
Yeah,
what you're talking about. So
no, even the sanctions, for instance.
He didn't. Look, I negotiated from total strength. Their Navy was gone, their Air Force was gone, their leaders were everything. In fact, the hardest part is so many leaders were gone. It took us a while to figure out who is their leader. You do understand that?
I do. Well, the Republicans who oppose this, when votes come up in Congress...
Who are they?
There are a number of them.
I mean, Lindsey Graham just came out with a very positive statement.
Is there going to be a price to pay for any of them if they oppose you on this?
Oh, if they do? No.
Yeah.
Not from me.
No, one of the things you talked about...
Frankly, if they approve it or not, look, it is what it is. We've got the greatest economy on earth. I've got the strongest military, and I built it. I've got the strong Obama. When I took over the military from Obama, he gave all our money away to people. He gave hundreds of billions of dollars.
Oh, Obama built it up. He's just talking about history. Go read the Hadith in the Quran. I've read some of it. It's disgusting.
Away to Iran. And by the way, that's the other thing. I'm not giving money to Iran. I don't give money to Iran. What's going to happen is this. Obama took over. He didn't kill Soleimani. I did. He should have, by the way, because Soleimani he had some good plans. And, I'm watching the way I've known you, Mark. You're trying to act like, oh, you hate to hear. But you can't, you have no argument for me because you can't win the argument. So here's what I was going to say. Some guys that I used to respect, I don't respect anymore. They're hardliners, but I have the argument with them. They're unable to win the argument with me. They can't win it. And so they go, here's the end of the, all right, I don't care. I still don't like it. Okay, that's what, you so should have gone. If I went further, the stock market would be much lower. Now think of this. I have one primary wish as president. In terms of people, I never want to be the late, great Herbert Hoover. So this is the
late, great Herbert Hoover. Late, great. Yeah, okay.
kind of thing that could cause a worldwide depression. Do you know that for the last 2 months, I've been taking many ships out there and nobody knew it? You know why they didn't know it? Because we knocked out their radar. We knocked out all of their defensive stuff, and they were unable to see. Last week we had one night 25 ships, one night 22, one night 19, one night 21.
Taking out ships left and right.
So every night, for all these ships out. Oh, we should. That's how the people were saying, "Where is this oil coming from?" Nobody knew.
That's a great question. I have no idea why Republicans are thriving when Democrats are doing so damn poorly. So damn poorly.
We'd leave at 1 o'clock in the morning, all lights off.
I mean, the welfare rates don't lie.
Going alongside, and they had no equipment because we destroyed all of the equipment that would normally be, used to detect this. And I went for a month and a half taking many ships out there every night at 1 o'clock in the morning, and we were never detected until about a week ago. And then I announced that we're doing it.
Well, I think the New York Times had reported that you guys were engaged in that operation of 20 ships or whatever. I wanted to shift.
Yeah, they're snitching us out like they always do.
Shouldn't have. If they did, they shouldn't.
Well, they had good sources.
I mean, that's not very patriotic if they did.
Well,
yeah, they don't care about our country. They just care about making a fast buck.
I did want to talk about Cuba and AI.
We'll do it, and we have to do it fast because they're waiting for me at a very important minute.
So you'd said if Cuba is, or better said, if Iran is finished, then it's time for Cuba.
Right.
Is there a clock, a countdown clock on Cuba? And
it's a flexible line, but Marco is involved very much. Marco's doing a great job, by the way.
Do we really have to show the welfare rates again? 22% of Democrats have accepted some form of welfare throughout their life. Only 10% of Republicans have. Democrats have twice as the welfare rate as Republicans.
By the way, all my people are doing a very good job. But Marco's parents, it's such a great story. His parents were from Cuba. So you do agree I defeated Venezuela? Incredible.
100%.
I got him out
How do you make the operation in Cuba look more like the Venezuela operation?
Well, the difference is Venezuela has oil, Cuba doesn't. Cuba has nice property and a nice shoreline.
Right. How do you make it look more like the Venezuela operation than the Iran operation? Iran operation took longer. Venezuela
I think the Iran operation, in a certain way, is much bigger, much more powerful from the standpoint of weaponry than Venezuela. But Venezuela is a very military state. They have a lot of soldiers. We went into that fort, And they had thousands of soldiers in, and we went in with 201 people. And that was the pilot was very brave. He had his leg shot from underneath with the machine gunner who got who escaped a bad life, a bad death. So, no, I think that Venezuela, here's the thing. In Venezuela, it was so incredible.
If you're looking at the total welfare rate, if you're looking at different sources, you might see 35% Republicans and 64% Democrats. Depends on what sources you're looking at. But every single source I see says that Democrats receive twice as much welfare as Republicans. Rather, it's the 11% or the 10% with the 22%, or it's the 35% Republicans with the 64% Democrats.
Right.
Yeah.
And we waited and waited, and at the right time, I said, let's go do it now. We waited for the weather. We had to wait 6 days. We had some really bad weather.
Depends on what source you use for the welfare rates, but Democrats, every single source will tell you Democrats love welfare and get way more.
The pilot said, sir, we want to do it. We went in less than ideal. They didn't care. And it actually lasted 48 minutes. And this is an arm, they have a lot of soldiers there, a lot of good soldiers. If you look at Iran, they've been doing this stuff for 47 years. They've been taunting you and everybody else, all of the media, everything. They're very good with the press. They have a great fake media. And I put out a truth a little while ago. I said, if I had the white flag of surrender raised, and if they said, praise be to Allah, Trump is the greatest president, we hereby surrender, the New York Times would write that they won the war. They've lost so much credibility. So it's a very different kind of a place than.
If Iran literally gets on their hands and knees and lets us take over their entire country peacefully and they surrender, Democrats are still going to lie and say we lost the war. They're delusional crats. They are delusional crats. Yeah, this interviewer is not too bad
Venezuela.
at all. I give him credit.
But Venezuela, we're running Venezuela with the people that we.
Do you see the Cuba operation running similarly to the way?
Possibly,
Venezuela?
it's possible. There's another thing. These places are close by, whereas if you look at Iran, that's a very long trip. I flew to that area a few times. And unrelated to this,
I flew about 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours away from Iran before. That was the closest I've ever been. And yeah, it's pretty far. It's pretty far. It would take, if you took a commercial jet, it would probably take commercial flights, maybe something like 18 to 24 hours, maybe longer.
But you're flying for 18 hours. You're flying for a long time. Venezuela is relatively close, and Cuba's hopscotch.
Well, I wanted to talk about.
We're going to have Marco get involved with Cuba. Cuba wants to talk very badly. We have a lot of people that voted for me, like 95%, and we're going to.
Some of your strongest support is in the Cuban American community.
That's right. I love them.
So, wanted to present this to you, just the map of the Western Hemisphere. When you look at, not as a gift, right? But when you look at this, do you see this as a fundamentally American hemisphere? Is this fundamentally
more and more so? Yeah,
more and more so.
We're much more respected. So we had a man that couldn't walk up a flight of stairs, and I don't want to talk about, because if I ever trip a little bit, they'll say, "Oh, this is terrible." Okay, can happen, but you can't trip every time you go on a stage. We had a man that wasn't respected. He wasn't smart 40 years ago. He was the worst thing that ever happened to old people, because I have old people, friends of mine, that are 93, 95 years old. They're 100%. Gary Player, great golfer. I play golf. He shot 71. He's 90 years old, and he's mentally exactly the same as he was for the last 30 years. There are a lot of people. Biden was the worst thing that ever happened to old people, because you guys were not honest with the public. The public saw it. He was a disaster. And the worst thing he did, inflation was really bad, but that wasn't the worst thing. The worst, because I inherited all this stuff. Look at what's happening with prices. Now they're coming down. And with the oil, they're really coming down. I had to make an excursion to stop a very volatile group of people that are smart, very smart. You know, the Iranians, very smart people.
Very, very smart people out there. Some of these people in the Middle Eastern, they got these Muslim tactics. The Quran is basically a book to teach you how to be a war criminal, to teach you how to be a warlord. Muhammad had 70 wars in 10 years. 70 wars in 10 years. Well, let's get those likes way, way up there. Subscribe. Every single super chat is read out loud by both me and the TTS bot that automatically reads every single donation.
They're sort of primitive genius, but they're smart.
I mean,
okay? I had to stop them because if they had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. And you want to see Bedlam? Let them blow up a couple of cities someplace like they would have blown up Israel. If it weren't for me, Israel would not exist today because I terminated the Barack Hussein Obama deal, the JCPOA, which was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have had it 5 years ago. They would have used it within the first week, in my opinion, and Israel would no longer be with us. Israel would have been gone years ago had I not done that. Now, what surprised me most is they waited so long. They waited till I came back. They didn't do it intentionally. They didn't think I'd be coming back. A lot of people didn't think so because of weaponization. They weaponized government. But I came back with a roar, but better than before, I think, better than before. And think of it. Israel would have been gone if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers. They were all that enriched material. They were 1 month away. It was right there. They could have walked down. They can't do that anymore. You know, the B-2 bombers did their job with those great pilots. That sitting, the mountain collapsed on top of it. It collapsed on top of it.
What are y'all talking about? Spamming the hell out of the comments section. Get those likes way up. Instead of spamming the comments, spam the likes. Spam super chat questions and comments. Because they're all read out loud automatically by a bot.
Had we not hit them, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it on Israel. They would have used it also on Saudi Arabia. And you saw that on Qatar, on UAE, on Kuwait, Bahrain. Because when that war started, I guess my biggest surprise, almost immediately, missiles were flying at these 5 other countries. I said, why is he doing it? And you know what that did? That brought those 5 countries right into my lap. They were great.
And last one, artificial intelligence.
No, Trump can be president in 2028. He will be president in 2028 and in 2029.
Excuse me, just 1 second. If it weren't for Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu worked well with me, but he will tell you, we're the ones with the guns, we're the ones with the whole deal, we're the ones with the B-2 bombers, etc. If it weren't for Donald Trump, Israel would have been eviscerated.
Your relationship with Netanyahu is...
It's good, but we have to keep him a little bit sane.
Are you going to be able to control Israel from attacking Lebanon?
Yeah, I will be.
Brother, I'm from Florida. There's barely any anti-Trumpers here, even from the south to the north.
And I wonder, they have a lot of respect for me, and they do as I say. Remember this: if I don't terminate the JCPOA, road to remember, that was a
Hebrew captions would be hilarious, bro. Hebrew captions would be hilarious, but I don't think it's going to give me that option.
Road to a nuclear weapon legally. It says right there. And Obama thought he could pay them off. He gave them billions and billions of dollars, $1.7 billion in cash. You know, it was a well-known story, but it didn't work. You can't bribe your way out of it. You can't pay off your way. But if I didn't do that, and if I didn't attack their nuclear supply 10 months ago with the B-2 bombers, Israel would...
We'll just say Southwest Florida.
Not exist today.
So artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
Not a very artful transition by me. Do you see artificial intelligence as a weapon?
Well, if improperly used, it could be. If properly used, I will tell you one thing. It's so big.
Yeah.
It is big like nobody's, I mean, bigger than the internet. It's bigger than any, I've seen the different things come along. It's an age where
Florida is a surplus state and the fastest growing state in the entire country, and they're ranked #1 in the entire country for small businesses. You brokies can't even take a damn trip to Florida, much less have any idea what it's actually like.
people like you, if we're nice, smart people like we are, we watch and we see what's happening. This AI is incredible. Now, it's unbelievable for good. You're going to have medical cures coming up 25 years early because of it. You're going to have other things happening, but you have to watch. You know, we have a situation with Anthropic, and we didn't like what they were doing. And so far, I think they've behaved very responsibly to our request.
Do you view Anthropic and, to a degree, its CEO, Dario Amodei, as a threat to national security?
Well, not now, but a week ago, maybe. I was with him yesterday. He made a speech. I made a little speech. We were in the...
Listen, if y'all want to debate, if you want to come on live stream, that would be amazing. Listen, Jamie Rose, if you want to come on stream, you can join the Discord. You can message me on Twitter or Instagram. I'm all there for it.
room on the G7, and seems like a nice guy, smart guy. But he responded to us very quickly because, you know, it's tremendous liability. People get put in prison immediately for that. You know, you can't play games with that. And he responded very responsibly, I thought. So far, I think he will.
Do you have the power and the inclination to shut them down or possibly take them?
Well, I don't want to do that because I'm somebody that, you know, we're beating China by a lot on AI. I was with President Xi. We talked about it. We're beating China by a lot. Everyone thought that we didn't have the electricity. I came up with an idea. I thought of it myself. I let them build their own electric plants when they're building their factories. That way they don't have to use an old grid.
Yep.
And they actually sell back into the grid at a cheap price, excess electricity.
Trump did not betray anybody except the lazy loser liberals that were hoping for handouts. They didn't get what they wanted, unfortunately. They're going to have to work for their money just like the rest of America. You're welcome. I'll give you a nice platform and you can promote your business on it.
Electricity.
I see that you're like a matchmaker or whatever. We could make an episode of that on here. It would be really, really funny, actually. I have some good ideas for that.
Massive amounts. It's amazing, Mark. They need double the amount of electricity that this country produces for everything to run it. So I had the idea. I said, I'm going to let them. I mean, we don't have that kind of electricity. Really, nobody does. And they're building their plants, and they're building the most incredible electric producing factories you've ever seen. So we're leading China by a...
Disability, unemployment, SNAP, all WIC, all these other handouts that these Democrats love.
lot. It's going to be for the good, and we're watching for the bad.
Is there?
I think the good, let me put it a different way, the good far outweighs the bad. We are going to find the bad, and we're going to stop it.
You have the power to use the Defense Production
I
Act
have a
potentially?
power to use a lot of things, yeah.
Would you consider using the Defense Production Act to possibly regulate or control AI or AI?
I would, but I'm not sure I have to do that. I think so far it's been very responsible. Actually, it was a competitor.
I will pin my Discord right now, but you're going to have to give me a minute or two. Or if one of the moderators can put the Discord as well so we can spam it in the chat, get some debates going, get some great debates and hosts coming in.
And a part owner that turned Anthropic in. They didn't like what they were doing. They were very concerned. Think of it, it's a part owner.
The younger generation, Gen Z, is very, very right-wing. A little bit even too right-wing for my liking. I'm more of a moderate Republican.
And I think it worked out very well, I think.
And France at the G7 had talked about having an international group comes together. They want the United States to share more on AI.
Well, the problem we have is that we are leading everybody by a lot.
Right, it's power share, power
right,
lost.
yeah, but here's the problem. In Europe, I heard, maybe it's wrong, but we have many of the top, almost all, between us and China, we have almost all. The first European company that's in AI is number 187. So that's not too good. Europe has to be very careful. They're losing.
There we go. There's all the information you need right in there, guys. Join those Discord links if you want to debate. Spam debate down below if you want to debate. Democrats literally created the KKK and they started funding them again last year, so be quiet.
Their way. They're losing the way entrepreneurially. And I mean, the big thing is energy-wise. Look, the UK is sitting on the greatest oil find, one of them in the world, the North Sea, the Great North Sea. They have one of the greatest they're not using it.
Would Gen Z be as right-leaning without the manosphere? I think the manosphere has a lot of negative stuff, but overall it's more positive than negative. And the loneliness epidemic, I don't really believe that's true. I mean, other than just obese nerds that don't want to leave their house because they want to play video games all day.
Because of the environment. And if they did use it, their energy prices would be cut by 75%. They don't want to use it.
Social security is not socialism. Have you ever read the definition of socialism? I really don't think you have. They see social and social and think it means the same word. That's how you can tell someone's a full-blown retard.
And yet, they buy their energy from Norway, which uses the North Sea. And Norway's got $3 trillion sitting in the bank. So, it's crazy. I have to go. I'm so late. I did this out of respect for you, but I have to go. Do you want to just close it up?
Oh, yeah, let's close it up. Where are you as you wind down your presidency? You've got 2 more years.
Yeah. I don't call it a wind down. I think we got a lot of time. We have every 2.5 plus years.
Every
2.5 plus years. 2.5 plus years. Plus years. Plus years. What do you guys not understand?
Presidency has a life cycle.
Yeah.
And as a president comes to in a second term to his last midterm, his party usually loses control of the House. His poll numbers usually start to decline and he starts to weaken. And that's happening to you.
No, it's not. Fake polls. I have great poll numbers.
How do you maintain?
I would beat any candidate they have by 25 points.
Well, how do you maintain
I have great poll numbers.
How do you maintain your power going forward? You have the Senate that's rebelling.
think about it. No, I don't think about it. All I do is do my job. I have more than 2.5 years. I have a lot of time. But all I do is think about doing my job. And we have other things, very big things that I want to do in the next 2.5 years. Some very impactful things. Things are happening that aren't good, and I'm going to straighten them out. And some things are happening that should be better, and I'm going to make them better. This is a great presidency.
Are you going to miss being in this White House?
Well, it's so early. I don't like to talk about it because,
Hey, I appreciate you, Chris Hansen versus Predator.
2.5 years is a pretty long time, in all fairness. I love the building. I'm fixing the building. I do that in my little side hobby. You see the granite, they had stones, it's broken. The marble's broken. The tile they have is garbage from a low-class place that sells garbage. This is the White House. You saw the white floor, I assume. You saw the beautiful granite. I fix it. I pay for it myself. I don't want money. And the White House will soon be in better shape than it was. And most importantly, when it was built, I'm building what will be one of the greatest ballrooms and safety nets anywhere in the world. It's all bulletproof glass. It's all drone-proof roofs. It's actually a drone port on the top of the roof with views of everything. It's very high up.
And you're going to be able to get that through the Senate. I know the Senate has been.
I don't need it through the Senate. I'm paying for myself. I don't know what they're talking about giving $1 billion. I don't need money from the Senate. I'm putting up my own money and the money of very great patriots. Apple, Microsoft, all. We don't need money. We have a judge that said he'd rather have it be put up by the government. Why? We're giving a gift of a tremendous military and also a very important ballroom for safety. You see how many, with all the whack jobs, all these crazy people, the bulletproof glass is this thick. Nothing gets through it. The drone.
No kind of firearm can get through it. It's literally impossible. Not a drone, nothing.
Won't hit it. They'll bounce off the roof.
Dean
we're actually
Withers
putting a
is
drone
a
port up. That's very
rapist.
important. But we have a judge that probably doesn't like Donald
Boo-hoo.
Trump. Fortunately, we have appellate judges that, I've done okay with the appellate judges, but I have not done so well with some of these judges that probably have Trump derangement syndrome. But I will say, just in finishing, we've taken Washington, D.C. from a death trap to one of the safest cities in America. We took crime down 94% in a period of a year. This place, when I got here, was a death trap. And now it's one of the safest cities in America. I beautified it. New grass, got rid of all of the graffiti. 48 fountains and monuments have been, so bad. Graffiti all over them. 50 years they weren't touched. And now they're all beautiful.
And then there's going to be an arch.
Trump does have real class. He's using the money that he raised to make the White House a lot bigger and a lot more beautiful. Thank God for President Trump. Is there anyone out there that wants to debate anything? Like, you want to debate about how Trump took away you lazy crats food stamps? I would love to debate about Trump taking away you lazy crats food stamps. Anybody? Anybody want to debate? Put your Trump 2028 hat. How many of y'all want me to put my Trump 2028 hat? If y'all spam the comment section, Trump 2028, put the hat. Trump 2028, put the hat. I'll do it.
I think maybe the greatest of all will be what's called the triumphal arch. Yeah, it's
Mr. President, I appreciate your time. I know you've been rushed today. I don't think you had any sleep, did you?
Not much.
So you flew across.
I had 2 hours for you. 2 hours.
Well,
you need more than 2 hours for him, right? Anyway, thanks.
Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much, sir.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Didn't have oil.
Well, that was that. But there was another interview I didn't even get to touch
People
on.
arshing me, I'm arshing them. It's part of the world. You covered very well. You cover.
Never seen this. But get those likes up, guys. Democrats love their welfare. They take more welfare than anyone else. Blue states offer welfare more than any other states. Not even close. But never even got to watch this interview. Never even got to watch this one.
Specifically, Congress, you see a strange group of people.
At the end of the week, Washington.
I really don't care about the 2-minute intro. F the intro. All right, y'all really want to see it. I'll put it on. Y'all wanted it? Here you go. Here you go.
Day.
Thank you.
Here to talk about Congress.
Good.
We have 89 days until the midterm elections, something you've been focused on. But let's start with Save America Act and the Senate and John Thune, the leader of the Senate. Doesn't look likely, can't guarantee it, doesn't look likely the budget resolution's getting on the floor this week. They're trying to wrap up a lot of business. That resolution does carry the blueprint for the Save America Act. Thune says it doesn't have the votes. You seem to think it does.
Thank God for California for adding $1 trillion to our debt. Thank you, California, for being a deficit state. That is truly fantastic. Great job.
Or they should try or do something. He's been pretty pointed on this, Thune. He says he doesn't see a pathway to 50, 51, doesn't have 60. Democrats aren't voting for it. What's the disconnect between you and Thune?
Well, we have no disconnect. I think we have a good relationship, but I view that as a very important thing. It's voter ID. If you just even take the ballots out of it, the ballots are very important, but we do that another time. Voter ID, and it's proof of citizenship. And I figure you can't get any more basic than that. In other words, we want to see your citizenship. We want to make sure that you're a citizen to vote. We like photo ID just to make sure, because the elections are rigged in this country. The elections are a mess in this country. And that was.
I've been to, I don't know exactly how many states I've been to. I've been to at least 20 states, and every Democrat state smells like piss and shit for whatever reason. Oh, and there's heroin addicts and fentanyl addicts all over the streets. I don't know why, but Democrats really like their drugs. And they love living on the street. I don't know why, though. That sounds like a horrible life.
Proven in 2020, and it's been proven elsewhere. Look at the recent election that took place with the Spencer Pratt in Los Angeles. All of a sudden, they came from nowhere. It looked like he was in the runoff, or easily in the runoff. The other one was, the third place was a woman nobody ever heard of. She's crying, oh, I didn't make it. She didn't make it by a lot. All of a sudden, she surged. Unknown people don't surge. And she surged after the election was over. And she ended up getting in the runoff. He didn't. Look, we're like a third world country in many cases, in many states, third world country. So I think that I think it's very important. Save America Act is a very important thing. John's trying. He's trying hard. I really believe that. But
why do Democrats keep freeing pedophiles out of prison? Why did Tampon Tim do that? Is it because they're all kiddly diddlers? Why did Hakeem Jeffries receive $300,000 from Jeffrey Epstein? Is it because they like to do stuff with children? Democrats have a long history of being pedophiles. A very, very long history. Actually, one of my friends, he catches pedophiles for a living. His name is Colorado Ped Patrol. And he's been all around the country. Every single state you can think of, he's been there. And he said about 90% of the pedophiles he catches are Democrats. There you go. There's the truth.
If he doesn't get there, it would be unfortunate.
He says, why don't you get the votes for it?
Well, I can probably do that, but I have a couple of people that I won't do so well with. You understand why, right? They're no longer in power. Well, as soon as they leave on January 20th.
Should he put it up for a vote either way?
Yeah, I would, because I'd like to see the people that want to vote against it. I want to see the people, both Republican and Democrat, who vote against, because mostly it's Democrats. We have most Republicans, in all fairness. We'll have a few. We'll be, like a couple short, or maybe one short, which we shouldn't be any.
Yep, shout out Colorado Ped Patrol, man. He's catching all those Democrat predators. Every single one of them. We're going to have a special episode, probably streamed to my channel, but I ain't going to be the one that is doing the pedophile catching. But we're going to bring Dustley, the long beard guy. If we can get him to stream the pedophile catch, that would be amazing. We'll catch some Democrat pedophiles, and we'll make some live streams out of it. It'll be funny.
What Republican is going to vote against it?
I could tell you there's a couple.
I know the ones. You don't have to tell me. I know the ones, right. And I find it hard to believe. But you have all the Democrats are going to vote against it. Every Democrat is going to vote against it.
They have 5 times, to be clear.
Well, they do it over and over, and I think it should.
Democrats love pedophiles. I got evidence of it. Democrats love pedophiles. I got evidence of it. I got cold, hard evidence. Look at Tampon Tim. He pardoned a sex offender that raped a 10-year-old girl multiple times. Disgusting Democrat pedos.
I think it should pay a price during the election, for the election. Every single Democrat is opposed. But not only that, they're opposed to even the great big beautiful bill.
If you got Democrats in your neighborhood, hide your kids, hide your wife, because they're out there doing all kinds of sex crimes. Hide your kids, hide your wife.
I like the term better than the one. I like the great better than the one. But the great big beautiful bill is something that they all voted against, every single one of them. So they voted against, no tax on tips, and they voted against Social Security, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, car loan deductions, all these things, these incredible things. They voted against everything. They vote against transgender all the time, the mutilization of your children.
They want to transgender your children. That is a pedophile act right there. These damn Democrats want to touch your children. Sick, sick pedocrats. Pedocrats. They are sick, sick pedocrats. Pedophile-crats. If you have Democrats in your neighborhood, hide your kids, hide your wife.
They vote against open borders. They vote in favor of open borders. They vote totally in favor of open borders. These people, it's the craziest thing. So I like having their hands go up voting against all of these things. But when you vote against, as an example, when you vote against the Save America Act, you're voting against fair voting.
Pedocrats. They're voting against fair voting because they don't want to. If they don't allow voter ID, how are they going to let the pedos and the illegal alien immigrants vote? That's going to take away their two main voters. The pedophiles won't be able to vote Democrat anymore if they require voter ID. The illegal alien immigrant pedophiles won't be able to vote. I mean, it just ruins everything for the Democrat Party. So they got to do whatever it takes to keep away voter ID.
When you think that they're voting against citizenship.
It used to be different sides of the same coin. That's not true anymore. The Democrat Party and the Republican Party are nothing alike. One side supports abortion, murdering babies up until the day of birth. Up until the baby comes out. It could be 10 minutes before a woman's about to have the baby. And these Democrat shitholes will let you murder your baby 10 minutes before it comes out of the mother. All right, that is disgusting. Look at Massachusetts. Disgusting, disgusting pedocrats. Kid diddling crats.
I want to see a citizenship. These are things that nobody can understand when they're voting against photo ID. And, it was very interesting because in New York the other day, they were talking about the food store. And you see, they want to be licensed. They want you to be licensed in order to buy a loaf of bread. Maybe the same things also in New York. And these are people absolutely don't want anything having to do with elections. In other words, you can just walk in no matter who you are. But when it came to shoveling snow, did you see that? You had to get two forms of identification.
To get paid to shovel in snow under Zohan Muhammad, you needed two forms of identification. To get the cheap groceries, you need forms of identification. But to vote, you need no forms of identification. The Diddycrats, these are just Diddycrat activities.
To get licensed to shovel snow. But to go in and vote, you don't need anything. No, it's no good.
So you have a government funding fight coming up September 30th, which is just, it's 5-6 weeks away, whatever it is. If it doesn't get done now, do you want to push for it in a
Look, I'm going to say whatever happens. It was set up so that it would be before the election, and you could very well have a closed country because the Democrats are going to vote entirely against it. They're going to vote against
it. Well, it seems like they're for, yeah.
They're in favor of closing down the.
Time to do an executive order and enforce that executive order. Enforce it, enforce it, enforce it. Voter ID. The Diddycrats are mad in the chat. The Diddycrats are mad. You need two forms of ID to even get a freaking job.
The country.
But these Diddycrats can't
I'll go a
get
step
their ID
further.
to vote.
I'd like to see a termination of the filibuster.
Well, you don't have the votes for that, right?
Oh, that's one I really can't believe.
Well, why? I mean,
that's even a step.
you say Democrats would do it.
Because
They tried. And they
you don't have Democrat votes right now. But if they get in office, 100% they'll terminate the filibuster.
Diddy voted for Barack Obama. Diddy voted for Biden. Just like Jeffrey Epstein, he voted Democrat.
You know that?
Well, they tried. They weren't able to last.
Well, but those two people are now out of service.
That's true.
They're doing other things. They're no longer politicians. And they wouldn't have been able to get elected they couldn't have gotten the nomination. But, and look, it's incredible. Termination of the filibuster, so good. And you have most Republicans in favor. And then you have some old line people that they actually believe, some of the Republicans actually believe the Democrats won't do it. And I would say,
and I'm one, I actually don't think that, I think there are a lot more people who are against it than it seems public.
I think the Democrats will do it in the first hour, day, and if they're really slow, week, it'll be done. And then you know what happens? You have 2 more states, so to speak, right? You have D.C. and you have Puerto Rico. You have 4 more senators. You have 8 more congressmen. You have 23 because the real number they want is 23 Supreme Court justices. That's their real number. You know, they talk about 13. Who wants 13? You know, somebody was arguing about that. Who wants 13? You're going to pick 13, a lucky number, 13. You build a building, you don't show a 13th floor. We're going to put. So all of these.
Oh, Democrats still live in the hood. Oh, poor Democrats.
Horrible things are going to happen. I really believe you have a couple of people that believe, and I'm very surprised that you believe that. So you think that?
I think that there are a lot of people, when push comes to shove, are not going to be there to blow up the filibuster.
Well, we'll make a gentleman's bet, okay?
I try not to bet on, I don't bet on politics.
And you know what? I hope I lose.
The Pentagon, as part of this budget resolution, the Pentagon is in line to get $60-some-odd billion. If they don't get that in short order, which is, what you want. You want this thing to happen.
And we're doing so well, and to have to break it up a little bit.
What would it mean if you didn't get that money? If the Pentagon didn't?
It's not good. The Democrats are kamikaze pilots.
But this is Republicans too right now. To be clear, on the budget resolution, it is.
It's not even believable that it's Republicans, okay?
But it is.
Not many, but it's a few Republicans, yes.
Let's talk about Blanche. Todd Blanche, your Attorney General nominee.
Sure.
Bill Cassidy, Lisa Murkowski are on the fence. You think he's going to be confirmed?
Who the
hell? All I can say is that he's a great gentleman. He's a great person. He's great at what he does.
Most people are for honest. No, they're not. Peace and living together. No, they're not. No, they're obviously not. You live in some fucking bullshit liberal hippie fantasy. These Democrats need to wake up. The real world is a violent place.
As everybody agrees with that.
There is a swastika all over Jewish people's Teslas for months. You demon-crats love Adolf Hitler. You love Adolf Hitler. That's why you put Nazi symbols and swastikas all over Tesla dealerships and all over Teslas to show your love for Hitler. That's why you did it. Just like the Nazis spray-painted swastikas, so did the Democrat Party. Their love for Hitler is too strong. They love socialism just like Adolf Hitler.
People think he's incredible. If they don't agree to do what they should do, it'll be very sad. And we'll all survive. Todd will survive.
You'll keep him in his acting.
What did the Nazis do? Beg for socialism. What did the Democrats do? Beg for socialism. What did the Nazis do? Spray paint swastikas all over everything. What did the Democrats do? Spray paint swastikas. I mean, the similarities are uncanny.
Yeah, sure, he'll be acting.
Yeah.
But why should he be acting when, and if he was a marginal, everybody agrees he's fantastic. He's great. He's fair. He's a fair guy, not a radical flamethrower. He's going to be acting, and we'll try it again.
I wonder if you feel any, because a lot of these people who are against him, who have given you trouble on him, are people you endorsed against, right? I mean, you have Cornyn, Cassidy, Murkowski, you kind of
essentially
slag. Yes. Right. So
Murkowski, I was against.
Yeah.
I'm against Murkowski. I think I do more for Alaska than any president in history. No president's done for Alaska what I've done. She's Not good.
Do you regret any going against these people? It makes your agenda harder to get through.
Look, I don't regret it. You do what you have to do.
Yeah. Do you want Thune to serve another term as leader?
And just so you understand, they voted to impeach me.
No, I was there. Yeah.
In all fairness, you think that I'm going to support somebody that voted to impeach me?
Yeah, no, I hear.
You know what, MAGA, my beautiful MAGA base, the greatest people on earth, you know what they'd do if I voted in favor of somebody that voted to impeach the person that they love and I love them? They would not be happy.
Do you want Thune to serve another term as leader? Do you think, would you support him?
Well, I don't want to get into that necessarily, but
why?
I'll tell
a lot of people are thinking about it. This is a big issue.
I get along with him.
Democrats are broke. Listen, it is hilarious. Every single Democrat talking this or that, trying to hate on me. They don't live in a house like I live in. They live in their mama's house or in a shithole one-bedroom studio.
It's unfortunate that he doesn't have the vote.
But that's why they're jealous, because Republican men are doing so much better than them. There's not a single Democrat watching that is doing better than me. Not one single one.
But you clearly disagree. I mean, you have big disagreements.
I do have disagreements. I believe strongly in terminating the filibuster. And by the way,
they're pedocrats. They're PDF files.
Getting Save America Act approved immediately.
Pedocrats.
And about 400 other things.
Losercrats.
Every hour of every day, boom, 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 you get whatever you want. You'd get.
Democrats would do it too, though, right? They'd get.
Well, they're going to do that. They're going to do that. If they get in, they're going to do it very quickly. I mean, you're wrong on that one.
We'll see.
They're going to do that so fast.
I ain't showing none of you Democrats my 2-story house with a pool and a jacuzzi. No, thank you. You weirdo-crats can keep over there away from me.
Yes, and I say, as long as we all know that they're going to do it, I'm so shocked.
Democrats can't afford damn eggs. Democrats can't afford eggs. You broke-ass Democrats can't afford $2 for a dozen eggs. The other day, I bought 3 dozen eggs all at once. Am I flexing on you, Democrats? I bought 3 dozen eggs all at once.
But as long as I know that they're going to do that, you do it. I would do it whether they did it or not. We would get, in the next 2.5 years, we would get things that nobody ever dreamt of. We would be in office for the next 100 years. And I'll tell you what, if they get in, I may be the last Republican president.
I am married, Dumbo-crats. I'm literally married, but keep crying all you want, making up lies, coping with the fact that you don't got it like me.
Let's talk about the House.
Maybe if you switch your political ideology and become conservative, you can live like me.
If the Senate doesn't get smart, I may be the last Republican president. That's a big statement.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's right, but who knows?
I just bought 3 dozen eggs so we can make some cakes and egg omelets and all those kinds of things. Cakes, muffins, egg omelets. It's called having an abundance of,
We'll see. Let's talk about the House.
Whatnot.
Mike Johnson will probably remain Speaker if he keeps.
He should.
If he keeps the majority. So if he loses the majority,
Mike Johnson is working with a majority of 2, 3. We've had it 1. We've had it like if we're 1 heart attack away from losing the House.
And in Congress, that ain't hard.
And you know what? We get a lot of things passed.
Yeah.
He's great. We work together great. He's a fantastic person.
If he loses it's going to be an interesting thing. The internal battles. If he loses, who gets the blame? I mean, Steve Scalise, Tom Emmer, Jim Jordan.
Great
look
people.
At it.
Everyone's great.
But you want Johnson to top House Republicans either way, no matter what happens.
Well, I don't think there's even a thought of anybody challenging him.
Well, I don't know.
Huh?
Well, there could be.
Well, I haven't heard it. I think I'd know. I think he's done a great job.
You should repunch
And again, remember this. Look, remember this. We have a majority of sometimes 1.
That's true.
Okay, it drops down to 1. But let's say when we have 3, we're in clover. Okay,
right.
And I think right now we're at 2 or 3. I think he's done a very good job.
Your critics on the Hill, Republicans, say privately, you don't really care about Congress. You don't care about losing the majority. You'll do your thing either way. You're president. You could do executive orders.
No, it's not right.
Is that not right?
Yeah, it's not right. I'd love to win. I'm fighting hard. I just get back from a trip. I was in California.
He's traveling all over the damn world. All over everywhere, chat. All over everywhere. Oh, more Democrats crying in the comment section. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Sorry y'all ain't doing as good as me. Maybe you need to give up all that liberal, queer, LGBTQ ideology and start focusing on yourself instead of transgender and the children. All right? I don't know what else to
California, I
tell
was
you.
in Nevada.
Or maybe stop trying to figure out how many different genders there are and how you can get free stuff from the government and just work on yourself. I don't know.
All over the place.
Just a teeny bit of advice.
No, I'm going to fight. We have I don't even call it a mini convention, but it is.
In Dallas, right?
It's a mini convention in Dallas. That was an idea that I had. I think it's going to be terrific. We're going to fight hard. We raised a lot of money. I raised a lot of money for just this purpose. I'll put in a lot of money.
Right.
It's very important for the country that we win, because you have people getting in office right now who will destroy this country. You're a person in Michigan that won the other night.
Abdul El-Sayed.
He is a disaster for the country.
He's a Muslim.
Got a good line of stuff. I watched him. He speaks well, speaks okay. Seen better. But I'll tell you what, guys like that get in, they'll destroy this country.
You said yesterday, you just talked about Nevada. You said yesterday gas prices, correct me if I'm wrong, they might go up again a little bit. You said.
No, that's only if I have to do another hit.
Okay, so I mean.
They'll only go down, or if we make a deal, they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal. Look, it's obvious. They don't want to be hit. Okay, they want to make a deal. So we'll see.
Because you're seeing that nervousness on the Hill about that.
It'll only go up if we have to do another hit.
Johnson has said in the past, if Republicans lose the House, it'll be the end of the Trump presidency in some.
Nah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. And notice how they don't mention the Senate, because we already won the Senate, basically. It's over for the Democrats. Might as well not even go out there and vote.
Well,
to some degree.
Yeah, to some degree. Still have great blocking power. So they won't be able to do anything. In other words, they won't be able to
veto, right?
No, I have great block. I'm a great blocker. And, they'll be putting horrible communistic type things in front of me, and I'll be just saying, no, no, no. But I'd rather be a positive force than a negative.
Listen, you crybabies will never call in and debate me because you don't know shit. You don't know your ass from your mouth.
Of course.
You've acknowledged a bunch of times that, it's tough for the party in power to keep the House majority.
Tracy Lovage donated $1.99 أمريكي through Super Chat. Only broke lazy losers want socialism.
Okay, now we got a damn, what is it called? A French voice now? We changed the voice for the Super Chat to French voice. Yeah, only broke lazy losers want socialism.
It's a difficult thing, right? It only happens.
It amazes me, actually. So I've done a lot. I mean, I am very consequential. You look at the Great Big Beautiful. You look at all of the things that we've done. You could make the case that nobody's done so much in a year and a half.
Why are they down on the generic ballot? What do you think?
Well, let me just say it, and this is what nobody understands. Nobody understands it. The president in power, Republican or Democrat, as I call it.
Democrat.
The president in power always loses. It's the craziest thing. 2 times.
96 and
they were a little unusual time.
Yes,
Democrats, who wants to debate? Who wants to debate? Somebody give the Super Chat voice to ICE. I mean, they're French. We at least change it to a French voice. We need to get that figured out later, though. Can we get like an American voice?
Sure.
There's a psychology down deep that nobody can explain.
Well, people want to check on power, I think.
Well,
right?
They maybe want to check on power, but when you have somebody doing I did the greatest tax cuts, best tax cuts, biggest tax cuts. You look at no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, the deductions for buying cars and all the things.
We have more money being invested in the United States now than at any time in history. I rebuilt the military. I mean, the things I've done. So even if you did a great job as president, they seem to lose. That's the only thing that I have going against us. For some reason, if the president, whoever is Democrat or Republican, loses on the midterms. And by the way, it's over the last 100 years.
Yes,
it's not 50, it's 100 years.
How do you handicap?
I'm not even going to mute my mic again. But I said I was able to change the super chat voice. I was able to change the super chat voice to British. So it's no longer Mexican. It's no longer French. If anyone wants to test it out, it's on there, guys. It's on there. So now it's not English. It's English, British English. It's not American English accent, but yeah. Y'all can hear me now.
It now, House and Senate.
I think we're going to win, but I look at. I'll be honest. I look at this. Not everybody was a bad president. We've had good presidents, and even good presidents, they tend to lose the midterm. So I don't know what that is. Other than that, I'd say we should win easily. Now, I think they're hurting themselves because we don't want communists in our country. You got a lot of bad candidates on the other side, and it's one thing to win in a radical left area,
If you don't like someone else's opinion, you can leave. The door is right there. Close the YouTube app and you're gone.
An area that tends to be very much on the Democrats' side. But I don't think you can win on a general election with that. I just don't think the people are ready for it. I don't think they'll ever be ready for it.
Do you, MAGA Inc., the super PAC that your allies control, has a lot of money and a lot of people?
Not my allies. I control it.
Okay. You and your allies.
$800 million.
Are you going to spend it?
It's funny. Nobody ever, of course, I'm going to do.
You're going to spend it in the midterms.
I could spend it on pretty much anything I want. I'm going to spend it I'm going to help Republicans.
This midterm.
And so when you say I don't care.
No, I didn't say that. I said some people say that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I could do a lot easier. I didn't have to be away in Nevada yesterday. I didn't have to be in Los Angeles yesterday making speeches. I didn't have to be supporting all the people. I have I have a busy schedule. I said to somebody, wait a minute, you don't understand. I won. I'm not campaigning. Now, that's the other thing. I get a tremendous vote. I have records in many of the states, the most votes ever in Texas and Florida and many, many states, Alabama. You can go through them, many, many states. The most votes ever. The question is, and they're asking this question, and I've had some great polls recently, real polls, but they're great polls. If I don't run, will those people go out?
England is poorer than the poorest state in the entire country, which is Mississippi. Mississippi is wealthier than the UK. The average salary in Mississippi, the median salary in Mississippi is higher than the entire UK median salary. But guys, we're almost up to 300 likes. Keep those likes going, guys. Keep those likes going. Let's get to 300, boys. 300.
And vote. And that's the one thing I can't tell. I'm going to ask them to, but I'm just watching guys like you, and you're very talented people. The question is, will they vote? Because a lot of them are very angry at Republicans, to be honest with you. They're
Why is that?
I don't know. I mean, they're angry at Republicans, but they're not angry at me.
Thing. Why?
They're not angry at me, but they are angry at Republicans.
Everyone's always angry.
And there are some areas that are basically Democrat, but they're Trump, like Pennsylvania. I win Pennsylvania easily. I win other places easily. Look, I won Michigan easily. I did well with Michigan. I did well with almost everything, to be honest. I did well with everything.
But it's a good point, Mike.
Now the question is...
Rogers lost when you were on the ballot.
Yeah.
And now he's up again.
Well, he lost when I'm on the ballot, and I won big in Michigan. But I happen to think he won.
Okay, well, that's...
No, I think it was a rigged deal. I think they rigged him out of it. But he's a very good candidate. I think he should do well. if we believe in polls. I actually sort of believe in polls.
Polls
but
were terrible in the Democratic primary.
They were terrible in that primary. But if we believe in the poll a little bit, let's give it a little credit. They say he does better against Abdullah. It's Abdul, but I call it's the actual name is Abdullah, and then it's much longer than that.
Right.
But if you believe in the polls,
Muhammad al-Hussein, unironically, is his name. Unironically. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, everybody. I got a guest we're gonna pull in now. I got a fantastic guest. We are going to pull in, so you guys are gonna have to give me a moment here as we get them in here. Y'all are familiar with them. It's nothing new here. You guess who the guest is? Any guesses out there? Any guesses? No? No guesses? While I wait to pull it up, you guys can give some guesses if you want. But I finally got the super chat thing on point now, so we can read all of them that are with the bot automatically. All right, let me get this window thing. Okay, hold on, boys. Okay, we got that now. Let's see. Hello?
Hey.
Hey. You're on stream.
Blind. It was an
No,
accident.
you're good. No, it wasn't. You did that on purpose.
Yeah, I know.
Are you going to turn your camera on?
Are we live now, or are you going
Yeah,
to
we're
send
live
link?
right now. No, we're live right now. There's 305 people watching. Hey, there you are. There you are. Oh, we're getting washed right now. You're looking good. Did you get a haircut?
Yeah, I got a new shirt too, asshole.
That's the new shirt? That looks just like the other shirt.
No, this is linen.
Oh, wait, okay. Now when I click on the Discord, I can see it. Yeah, linen is some pretty good stuff. Hey,
Yeah.
you might have won today.
Yeah, I'll have to. I gotta log into my YouTube so I can see what you got on. But
You're saying, is
yeah,
that the Mack truck driver? Yeah, it's the Mack truck driver.
Yeah, I got this at well, you've probably heard of it, Vineyard Vines.
Oh yeah, Vineyard Vines is good. I've heard of it. I think
Yeah,
they originated in Florida.
It's a gay looking store. I knew you'd know
Oh
exactly
yeah,
what I was
there's lots
talking
of
about.
pink and there's lots of pink stuff in there. Yeah, I'm surprised you
There
didn't leave out
actually
with the pink
is. I don't
shirt.
give a fuck. They got some nice shirts in there. So you know what? If there's gays out there and you all shop at Vineyard Vines, I don't care. That just tells me y'all got some good taste, okay?
Oh God, that tells me everything.
Hey, I can call it down the middle. I might not agree with the male butthole worshiping and all of that, but you know what? I mean, they do have some good taste in clothing.
What did you think of the debate last time?
With
the trans?
Oh gosh.
It's like Democrats are too scared to debate me anymore. I think they're trying to keep their mouths quiet before the midterms. They don't want to debate anyone.
They take back up their politics for one. I mean, the Yahoo you had on yesterday compared
donated $9.99 through Super Chat. Shirt love. Pink isn't gay.
No, I didn't say Pink's gay.
Pink isn't
I didn't
gay.
say Pink. Yeah, I didn't say Pink's gay, and I didn't say that. Now, too much pink. I mean, like some pink. I don't know. I don't. You know what? I don't know. I don't think so.
Pink shirt. I'm gonna send you a pink silk shirt.
No, you ain't.
I know where you live. I am.
Yeah, well, I know where you live. You know what? I'll go to the gays and I'll say, "Give me the gayest shirt you got," and I'm going to send it to you.
Oh no!
Like they had one down there that Vineyard Vines. Okay, it wasn't pink, but I swear I thought it was a gay shirt because it just had nothing but pineapples over the whole thing.
Come on, what's wrong with pineapples, dude? Yeah, my shirts have pineapples.
It's just the way they work.
My green shirt has pineapples.
This one was more of a mom. It was weird. It just screamed fruit.
I'm surprised they even had any shirts that fit you over there in Vineyard Vine. I thought the largest they had up was a medium.
You're partly right, Tracy. Real men do wear some pink. It's the gay men that cry over it if something happens and there was no more pink.
No, I think I'm surprised though. Like I thought all those fancy stores like Vineyard Vine, the largest shirt size they have is like a medium. So neither of us are gonna fit into it.
This is actually a large.
Really?
I found a large. Yeah, you're right. They didn't have no extra larges. I really need a 2X, but
What
this
about
works.
a regular extra large?
This is a regular extra large.
Okay,
And it works.
okay.
It works. It works. So yeah.
According to the headbangers, real men wear skirts. Who the hell is the headbangers? You talking about the Democrat Party?
No, they talk about like the Irish people. You know, I don't know. I really don't know about that because
we
a
got
real
another
Irish
one.
person
At Brother of the Road
hand stuff in the
UC7A
bathroom
donated
at the airport gay.
$4.99 through Super Chat. Hand stuff in the bathroom at the airport port gay.
Oh no. Oh no.
Hand stuff in the bathroom.
There's a lot of stuff that happens at the airport, but that doesn't have to be one of them. That's pretty sick.
Hey, I think full body searches are gay myself. I mean, come on now. I think they enjoy that.
I don't know why, but this is gonna sound horrible, but the last time like every other time I'm in the airport, they say that there's something they say, listen, we're not here to sexually harass you, but according to this X-ray, you can see right here around your thigh area near your crotch. It says there's something there. I know, nobody clown on me. Nobody clown on me.
It's called a dick.
Yeah, and they pat me down very uncomfortably. And they say, "Oh, do you want to go in a back room?"
That's what I'm afraid of when I go traveling. I'm telling you, Graham, I'm telling you, they are going to fold me inside out like a one-time use rubber glove.
It's not gay if it's TSA.
Agreed, Tracy. Now, don't get me wrong. If it was to happen to me or Graham, we aren't the gay ones in this. It's them that's the gay ones. I mean,
Next time it happens, I should lick my lips. I should be licking my lips and give them like,
Well, it's not people like us that are terrorizing the skies. They need to look for the towels.
Yeah.
They almost got myself.
Let's see what they're saying down in the comment section. I haven't seen too much news, but I did see the thing yesterday when Trump was with the people at the White House building it, and that was pretty cool. I mean, they're doing a lot of stuff to the White House. It's going to be beautiful.
He let a bunch of contractors, a lot of construction workers actually sign it, didn't he?
Yeah, he let a couple of them sign it.
I thought that was pretty cool.
I thought that was
and let me
pretty
tell you
cool
what,
too.
They wasn't way. The only complaint I got is on the people who done the signing. They was not near excited enough. If I was asked to sign that, you know how excited I would be? I'd be like, "Thank you, sir. You just don't realize what a big fan of yours I am." You know, I mean, I would like, yeah.
Yeah, that would be really cool. But honestly, I want to go to Washington, the White House. If they say, you want to come out there tomorrow, I'm going out there tomorrow. If they say today, I'm going to fly out there today. But I do kind of want to wait to see the upgrades on the White House.
We should plan a Smithsonian trip.
I've been to the Smithsonian in New York, and I've been to the one in England too, in London.
No, I don't think you talk. The Smithsonian in Washington.
Sorry, not the Smithsonian. I'm thinking of the Natural History Museum.
Okay, yeah, I'm talking about the Smithsonian Museum in Washington D.C. You could supposedly, if you was to take your time looking at every exhibit, it would take you weeks to get through it. I know that we went through like 2 buildings when I was in a youth group trip, and we couldn't fit it all in. It's free. The biggest expense would be our travel expense and our rooms.
I would definitely be down to do that. That sounds like a lot of fun. And they're already saying a Smithsonian stream. Yeah, Smithsonian stream.
Yeah.
It would be like that movie. What was that movie called?
Harold and Kumar.
No, yeah, I've seen those too, but I'm talking about the one where all the animals come alive at night. And all
I know what you're talking about. A night at the battle at the Smithsonian, and then another one, something
Night
with
at
the museum.
Smithsonian's, I think.
It was Ben Stiller.
I think
And
so,
that's
yeah.
one of Robin Williams. If it wasn't Robin Williams' last movie, it was one of his last movies.
Yeah. No, yeah, that was a pretty good movie. I think there was 2 of them, honestly, maybe more than that.
There was.
Yeah, that movie definitely made me want to go there. And now that the crime is down, I saw a funny video yesterday. Someone, I'll send it to you later. Someone at Washington, D.C., there was crazy people outside the White House screaming about Trump, and they were acting all gay. It was pretty funny.
Well, even if we went and crime was high, we could call it the mug stream. The mug stream.
The mug stream? No, they ain't taking my phone. They're gonna have to, finish the job. Smith and Wesson Museum, I would much prefer. Where the hell is that at? The Smith and Wesson Museum, like a gun museum? Does that even exist?
I don't know. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is a Smith and Wesson museum, but I want to see more than just guns. I want to see a Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton. Hey,
I've seen
you know why
those
they call these?
before.
You know why they call these T-shirts, don't you?
What?
Because it's short for Tyrannosaurus shirts because of the little arms.
Oh my! Is it really? No, you're effing with me.
No, I'm not. It means Tyrannosaurus shirt because they have little arms.
Well, I don't know. I'm reading this comment. He said, "Come on, libtards, keep running your filthy mouth, MFers." No, they were really getting mad earlier. They were getting really mad.
Well, they're going to really be mad come midterms because before all this Democrat, socialist, and Muslim invasion of their party, they had me a little worried. Let's go through the things that makes me feel confident in the red wave, if you will. Okay, 1, they laughed at a poor little boy. They couldn't even stand and give praise to a little boy. All he wanted to be was it Secret Service or an ICE? I don't care which.
Secret Service, yeah, Secret Service. He wanted
Secret Service is what I thought, and they couldn't even give praise to that little cancer boy. He might not even be alive right now. There's no telling what battle that poor boy's fighting. And they to me, I thought that was the nail in their coffin. But no, fast forward another 6 months, and one of the Democrats' very own assassinates Charlie Kirk, and then we've not seen more people give their life to the Lord since, and we've not seen more people jumping ship to come over to the conservative side like ever. So there's 2 things going for the conservatives. And then now you have to factor in that the Democrats have a civil war going on inside their party with the Democrat socialists, the Muslims, and just the regular Democrats. So there's just, if Democrats come through with a blue wave, there's some definitely some cheating going on because there ain't no way they're going to pull this off.
Do you think they're going to pass the Save America Act? Trump doesn't think they're going to pass it whatsoever.
If they don't, he's going to put it in through executive order.
And then what if they don't? What if they still don't do it? How is he going to make sure it's enforced? I thought about an executive order too, but how is he going to make sure it's enforced?
Well, there's some things. There'll be some things he can do. Like,
He can send out the National Guard to all the voting booths around America, but they're gonna, go ballistic if he does that.
he needs to put ICE there to deport the people who are illegal, to discourage people who are illegal voters from even showing up.
They think blaming the Democrats is effed up. I think it's effed up that the Democrats started clapping their hands as blood spewed out of a man's fucking neck. Those humans, I hope they get chased to the end of the fucking earth or thrown in prison. Disgusting pieces of fucking shit. Excuse my language.
Well, karma will come back to them. It always does.
It always does. I mean, that's why Democrats
and we might
live
not
the
see
way
it.
they live. Yeah, we don't
And
see it.
we
They're
might
already
not see it.
suffering every day.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. They're already suffering. They cut their own wieners off.
I mean, yeah. Not to mention the majority of people that are under 30. More than 50% of people under 30 are living with mama and daddy. I mean, that's just crazy.
Take Mr. Chris as an example, okay? Now, he'll swear to you that he's living his happiest life ever. But I feel like he's are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm here. I'm listening.
He'd swear up and down that he's living his happiest life ever. But we know his health situation. He is not living his healthiest life ever. And I'm sorry. He's not going to convince me that it's not because of his elected surgery.
I mean, respect to the trans guest that came on last time, but I'm still struggling to figure out what their disability is because apparently there is no actual diagnosis for their disability. There's no diagnosis. This is what their disability is. They get up and they walk around their house and do a lot of work and they get sweaty and tired. And they went to a doctor and they went through the disability process. They're receiving our government money just because they get sweaty and tired. How the fuck can you apply for disability and it's not even an actual diagnosed disability? How is that even possible?
Here's something else also. Other trans people, the normal trans people, if you will, okay? They should be pissed off at people like Mr. Chris because they ruin it for everybody. There are some level-headed ones out there, and as few as they are, but they are there. That Mr. Chris ruins it.
The transgenders are actually more. The transgenders are actually a little bit more level. They're more willing to debate and have a conversation than a lot of the regular Democrats out there. That is sad. I mean, y'all are cooked.
Yeah. So it's like that other fellow that was on.
Man, I want to get Falcon Man back on. Falcon Man is the epitome of the Democrat Socialist Party. He is exactly what their party represents.
He's exactly the people who's fighting against people like Hakeem Jeffries.
He is literally he should be the front running politician for the Democrat Socialists.
I don't get it. Actually, he would actually be good at that. I mean,
but then again, he's the ultimate real socialist. He actually believes in living off the government.
Yeah.
So he ain't gonna do that. Let's see. W's. Guys, spam W's in chat. Oh my God!
Hakeem is good. I can't say his name. I always want to call him Hakeem of Wheat.
I scrolled up. Scroll up in the chat. See if you can see it. Mrs. Christina is an abomination. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Hey, Graham wouldn't read my super chat the other day.
Hey, now we got the bot. I don't have to read it anymore because I would just feel so freaking rude.
Yeah. Out of all the super chats that you have ignored, you ignored my super chat. Listen to this, chats out there. Y'all listen to this. Okay, yeah, it was a low blow. I'll admit it, but I couldn't help it. So I left the super chat. It said, "Who's the fat bald guy?" he puts in the chat, knowing I'm going to read it. He puts in the chat, says, "Don't." I can see him like with tears. "Don't make me read that." I'm like, read it. Read it.
Don't make me read that. Don't make me read that. I'm America first, but it's not about just cutting off Israel and all that kind of stuff. Not when they make us as much money as they do.
What is people saying to get banned right now or timed out?
I don't know. They just keep getting timed out. Guys, you don't have to time out all these people. Let them talk. Let them talk.
Yeah, I don't care what they say. Believe me, my mind's way swifter than theirs. I can deal with it if it's worth dealing with it.
Yeah, just let them talk, guys. I unbanned a couple of them just now. Let them talk.
Unless it's blood or gore.
And do not hide people. Do not hide people. What are you doing, U.S. Cowboy? What are you doing? You're permanently banning them off the channel. Let him troll. I thought his troll comments were pretty funny. We brought y'all back now. We brought y'all back.
Let's see. Is there any new Iran news?
Trump declares economic D-Day against Iran.
Economic D-Day. A loaf of bread costs them like $70 right now. They're pretty well cooked.
This announcement follows the expiration Monday of the 60-day deployment window established in June. Negotiations failed to resolve disputes over the Iran nuclear conflict. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent warned of never-seen-before measures targeting oil, smuggling, swap lines, cash transfers, exchange houses, ship registers, front companies, and anything that facilitates trade. That's pretty much the only new news.
I disagree. Tracy, I disagree with your comments. She says free Israel from Islamic terrorists. The only thing I disagree with that about is free the world from Islamic terrorists.
Cowboy, you need to calm down, bro. You need to calm down. I already gave you a warning. Don't block anyone. It helps the channel, man. It helps the channel.
Yeah, it's a rule of thumb, man. When the views are kind of low, let a lot more slide. When we've got, say, 500, 400, 500 viewers, then you can kind of go monkey nuts on the spammers at that point.
Do I think we're spending too much money? Too much money on what? What specifically? What are y'all saying out there? Spending too much money on what? Honduras places 80% of the country in a drought? Who figured? Socialism led to starvation. Oh, wait. Sorry, Honduras isn't socialist. I was thinking of Nicaragua. That's sad to hear. We got the Houthis attacking Saudi Arabia for the Iranians.
Yeah, I heard about that.
We got Carney, the leader of Canada, begging liquor stores to bring back U.S. booze. I mean, isn't that some funny shit? Please, please give us some liquor and some booze.
You had all them
At
people
Brothers the Road
6 months ago
EC7A
saying,
donated
"Oh, we don't need American
$4.99
liquor."
through Super Chat.
Yeah,
Arguing
whatever.
with people who don't think for themselves is useless, and they are called democracies. We should always respect the office and love our country.
I agree with that super chat,
Nobody
brother
needs
of the
liquor.
road.
I guess nobody actually needs liquor, but it's nice every now and again.
They want your Tennessee whiskey. That's why. We got the new bots out there, so if anyone wants to try out the TTS bot, you can.
Is
Welcome
it
in,
automatically
everyone.
reading them?
Yeah, it is. Sometimes when you guys.
Okay, trolls, if you all have got something y'all want said, that's the best. Instead of spamming it, let the TTS bot read it out loud.
Yeah, and if you're just joining back in the stream, you can try out the TTS bot. What's up, Burn Yell? How you doing? We got Colorado Pet Patrol in here too.
I ain't forgot about y'all, Colorado Pet Patrol. When y'all come to East Tennessee, I want to hook up with you all. Oh, did you see that the bikers did show up to Dearborn?
I saw that. Was there a lot of them, do you think?
I don't think there was a lot of them. I mean, it's like I said, you're not going to get a lot of bikers doing much of nothing after an event like the Sturgis or Daytona, because they've been partying for about a month, anywhere from a week to a month, and they're hungover, they're drunk, they're out of Peruvian marching dust. All they want to do is go home, eat a meal, and go to bed. So that's the problem with going and doing anything like that.
Yeah. Let's see. Who's robbing who?
I would love to have went myself, but
You're gonna go to jail if you go to that kind of thing. Don't do it.
would you bail me out?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. You didn't sound too sure, Graham.
I will. Damn you! I don't want to spend my money to bail you out, but I will do it.
Well, that sounds like a truthful answer, and I understand that. I feel your pain there.
But I'll do it. I bailed people out of jail before. I'll bail you out. Oh, we got another super chat. Let it read for a second.
EdNetHerd donated $5 through Super Chat. Did you see Canada is buying Australian drone radars in a deal worth $2.5 million? Guess Canada see a good product.
What the hell is Australian Jorn radars? What the hell is that? I never heard of that. Is that supposed to be liquor? Is that supposed to be whiskey? The entire world knows that America has the best whiskey. All right. What's that stuff called?
Moonshine?
No, not moonshine. What's that famous whiskey brand? I'm drawing a blank.
You're not talking about popcorn Suttons, are you?
No, I'm just talking about whiskey. I'm not talking about moonshine.
Jack Daniels?
Yeah, Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels is treated as like something luxury in other countries. In America, we look at it like eh. But in Europe and around the rest of the world, they're looking at that stuff like it's the best of the best.
Jack Daniels has got a very niche following. I mean, there's people that's it for them. Not me. I
I
my
like all
Malibu rum.
whiskeys. Jim Beam or Jack Daniels?
Jack Daniels over Bean any day of the week.
Yeah, Bean is trash. Bean is from Kentucky, isn't it?
Bean gives me a sore gut.
Yeah, Jim Bean is trash. Jack Daniels, yeah. We don't even know what your Australian alcohol is. We have no clue what Australian Jorn radars is.
If it was good, we would have it.
If it was good, I would have seen it before. I've never seen that in any country anywhere. Ever. As someone that's been to over 21 different countries, I've never seen that. Is this even a whiskey? What are we looking at here?
Well,
I'm trying to look it up just to see what it is.
Our whiskey and moonshine recipes are derived from Irish recipes. So we had a good start to begin with.
What are we looking at here? What are we looking at here? Australian Jorn radars. What the hell is that? It says an operational radar network. Are we looking at a radar network, or are we talking alcohol? Because now I'm confused. Yeah, it's a radar system. Never mind. So they're buying your shitty radar systems. Nice. Don't really know why they need a radar system. It's not like they're going to war anytime soon. I mean, maybe they could use that radar system to go find those illegal alien immigrants hiding over there.
At Brother of the Road EC7A donated $1.99 through Super Chat.
If they go to war,
Trace.
they're going to be following someone else's lead.
What the hell is Buffalo Trace? Now that sounds like some kind of whiskey.
Sounds like a
Buffalo
whiskey.
Trace. Yeah, that's bourbon. Okay, that is some fancy stuff. That's some Kentucky stuff right there. I mean, how? Okay. Buffalo Trace. Yeah, $23 a bottle. Yeah, that stuff looks good. But get those likes up. Trump definitely in the GOAT.
If I'm going to drink fancy whiskey, it's going to be Maker's Mark. But it's a little hard on my gut too.
It's like Canada and Australia. They have, I would consider them illegal alien immigrants, but they would consider them legal because they're giving amnesty. They're giving people, they give people basically, they let these Indians go to college for $900 a year, and then they give them a residency permit so they can live there and work and do whatever they want to do. Now, I would call that an illegal alien immigrant because you're basically taking advantage of a diploma mill. You're taking advantage of a diploma mill. But it is what it is, right? I mean, what can I say? I guess it's technically legal. But, you know, I would call it fraud. I would call it visa fraud.
Hey, here, I got one to read for you. How dumb do you have to be to still be a Trump supporter in 2026? Well, I'll tell you this much. Not as dumb as someone that's not a Trump supporter.
Not as dumb as someone that's voting Democrat. There's literally no reason to vote Democrat. What reason possibly is there out there to vote Democrat?
There's only one reason to vote Democrat. Get Trump. Get Trump. That's it.
Or free Palestine, free food, free housing, free.
Because he's a nice guy.
Huh?
I didn't vote for Trump because he's a nice guy.
Neither did I. I would never vote for a nice guy.
He's the asshole that I love.
Free. But get those likes way up there. Trump ain't going to resign after the midterms. I doubt that's going to happen. If anything, he's just going to start using more executive orders if we lose. But I doubt that's going to happen either.
Hey, Colorado Pet Patrol, I forgot to tell you. I saw it in local news today. Dustley Hennessy. That's pretty good. I'd buy it.
At Brother of the Road EC7A donated $1.99 through Super Chat.
We had a pastor
Hennessy.
and a wife, a traveling preacher, actually get arrested. The preacher had 7 counts of, we'll just say bad things to kids. And his wife, 2 counts of facilitating. What kind of woman?
He got accused of the same thing Mr. Chris got accused of.
I'd say there's probably more proof in behind this.
Okay,
more counts anyways. More counts. And then a woman, what kind of a wife's going to facilitate their husband in this?
Didn't Jeffrey Epstein's wife do so?
Well, we'll just say woman cohort. And yes, but no, they weren't married, were they?
Probably not. Let me guess, he's urban flavored. What the hell are you talking about? I'm not saying we're big fans of Jake Lang in the first place, but I don't think he was caught talking to a 15-year-old girl, but I don't know about that. I don't know nothing about it. Not really even a big
I might not be a Jake Lang fan, but what he's doing up there has needed to be done.
Yeah, I agree with those protests against Dearborn. That's about it. I think the guy's kind of a cornball, to be honest with you, but I do agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Democrats love pedos. I mean, they're the freaking
I'd be one of the first. I'd be one of the first to say that Jake Lang is a cornball. I mean, let's just say we both agree that he can handle things a little better. I think he puts himself out there a little too far, you know. I don't agree with what's going on in Dearborn. Everything I see going on, for the most part, needs to be going on, but you're not going to change minds if you're burning their Quran. You're just inciting the problem.
You changed their minds by having them test out some bacon and some pork sandwiches and some brisket, all that kind of stuff. That's how you change Muslim minds. One bite of that brisket sandwich or one bite of that pork sandwich.
Those are the things I would do when I'm pissed off. There's too many factual things that you can pick on them about without inciting stuff like that.
Listen, Germonte, this is the last question I'm going to answer for free. Name me one thing on how Dems are demonic when Republicans have done more demonic shit. Abortion. Democrats support 9 months abortion. In 9 Democrat states, they allow abortion up until the baby comes out of the mother. 9 Democrat states, no abortion restrictions. That's demonic. They freed pedophiles from prison. Tampon Tim freed a child rapist and said he felt bad for him. I mean, how much more demonic evidence do you need? It's the Demon Crap Party. You think you got that nickname being, Christianly or being in the moral correctness? But that's the last shit I'm reading for you for free. If you have any questions or comments, like everyone else, you can drop super chats. But Democrats are going broke, so I don't know.
Didn't they put their national headquarters up in Hawk?
You don't know anything about Republicans. You've never even been to America before.
Didn't the Democrats put their national headquarters up in Hawk?
And where?
Up in Hawk. That's a term for they.
Put it
got a lean. They got a lean against their building.
Yeah, they did. They ran out of money, so they had to put up their headquarters up for sale. Democrats kill, I think, around 20 to 30 million babies every single year through abortion in America. There's nothing that's going to outweigh that, possibly. There's literally nothing that you can say that outweighs 30 million babies' deaths a year from Democrat murderers. I mean, 41% of abortions are done by black women. Black women, 87% of black women vote Democrat. So what does that tell you right there? That tells you the majority of abortions are done by Democrat black women. The same type of women that would support Kamala Harris or AOC. Democrats equals diaper snipers. Yeah.
If you look at abortion as like murder, then Democrats have murdered more people than neo-Nazis ever have, or the KKK combined.
Or World War I, or World War II. But they don't care. I mean, there's only two things. There's only murder and there's self-defense. Those are the only two options out there. So it ain't self-defense, so it must be murder. Get those likes way up there. You can't be screaming about innocent people dying in the Middle East and at the same time not say a single word about abortion. That would make you a hypocrite. That means you don't value human life. You only value human life when it's you know, when it fits your narrative. That's the only time you'll actually say you value human life. The majority of abortions are done by Democrats. Easily. Easily.
And the Democrat Party supports it.
And the Democrat Party supports it. 1000% on that. I mean, that's a no-brainer.
Hey, really expensive yams? You're right. My brain's the size of a walnut. A prehistoric walnut. It's about the size of a VW bug, pal. Kareem Jeffries does not even support health care for everybody. He doesn't support universal health care. So it ain't just the conservatives, pal.
What are they saying now?
You had this fellow saying, let me find it here. You Reds are trying to take health care.
No free health care for lazy bums. Y'all don't deserve my taxpayer dollars.
Let's say we had universal health care. How much is that going to raise our tax? Nothing's for free. It's got to come from somewhere. So how
20,
much does that raise our
30%.
tax?
20 to 30%.
So there's no such thing as free health care. The best you're going to get is required health care that gets implemented by your taxes.
Yep. Democrats love their welfare. Democrats lazy, low IQ, and mentally ill. Yeah, no kidding. Never met a single successful Democrat. Never, ever, ever, ever. All the Democrats I met are all living off the government.
Yeah.
The average IQ of a Democrat is 85. I think you're giving them too much credit.
Hey, did you monetize this live stream?
Yeah,
I was warm.
I have the
I've
ads
been hit.
on.
I've been hit with a whole lot of ads. There's like an ad every couple minutes tops.
Yeah, I have it on high frequency. So we can really juice the Democrats for their money.
So you can take some of their welfare.
Yeah, some of their welfare, so I can get some of the tax money I pay back through them watching my ads.
Fair enough.
No, Democrats are dumber than a box of rocks. That's why Democrats live in studio apartments at 40 years old.
You know, when you hear the name studio apartment, it sounds like it's something fancy, don't it? But studio apartment is
You don't got
just
a bedroom. No, you
a
don't even
big
got a
word.
bedroom. It's a big
Yeah,
it's a
studio
big
apartment is just a
room.
big word for one big room.
Billionaires pay more than their fair share. Easily more than their fair share.
Yeah, Nancy. Let's see. Nancy, I don't think you're smart enough that you actually know what you're talking about. I mean, for instance, I need you to just walk away and think about this on how would you go about increasing taxes on someone like Elon Musk? Think about that, because you're going to screw yourself, and I can prove that.
Come on, how are they going to screw themselves?
By taxing debt or taxing unrealized gains. Either of those things will sink every American in the U.S.
You're just an Australian. You're just a 20-year-old Australian that lives at home with mama. I know you. You got emotional problems. You got emotional rage. And that comes from when your country goes to complete and utter shit. That's the only way I can explain it. Or leftist brainwashing from a bullshit university. Ugh. First off, they don't even got basements where I'm from. Second off, no, I live in a house. Dubai is actually not expensive at all. You can go out there to Dubai and get a $50 hotel room. It's only expensive if you want to spend a lot of money. Now, if you want to spend $1,000 for a dinner, you can, but you can also have dinner for 15 bucks, 10 to 15 bucks. But if you want to have a $10,000 dinner, you can. Huh?
I'm surprised you ain't been to Dubai.
Nah, I don't really like to visit Muslim countries.
You know, they've it's been catching on around here. All the gas stations have been selling expensive Dubai green chocolate.
Yeah,
And
it's just pistachio chocolate, right?
yes. And the lady was pushing it the other day, and I couldn't help to say it. I said, "No, you can keep your stinky Muslim chocolate."
Oh my God. What did you say?
She goes, "Muslims? Who do you think lives in Dubai?"
Oh my God. Oh. No, the wealthy deserve to keep more of their money. At this point, I'm just saying tax the poor more because the poor been pissing me off. Tax the poor until
The
they
poor
start
don't
working a real
pay
job.
nothing hardly. The poor don't pay nothing hardly. They have no ambition. They're just
Anyone that
that's
makes
all they
under
wait for.
$20,000 a year, tax them and take 90% of their income. They don't deserve it. They're not trying hard enough. Tax the poor.
That actually is a thought. That actually is a thought, you know. It'd be like, okay, tax the first $10,000 everybody makes a year. Everybody pays $10,000. You get taxed $10,000 a year. Everybody they have to pay their first 10 grand to taxes. What do you think?
Nah, nah, nah. I say if you make under $20,000 a year, just tax them at 90% because maybe they'll get motivation to get off their ass.
10 grand. I'm saying after 10 grand, no more taxes till next year. But you have to
I don't
pay in
know.
10 grand.
Most people ain't paying 10 grand a year in taxes. People that are making $50,000 a year are not paying 10 grand in taxes.
Okay. Then 5 grand. Everybody,
That
including
would
the
still
poor.
be more. That would still be more than if you're making about $50,000 a year, you're paying $3,000 to $4,000 a year in taxes. I just say a
Okay.
flat 10% tax rate.
Um,
Tax poor Democrats
I'm not
dudes till they
against
go
it.
MAGA.
I'm not against the flat tax. I know that everybody pays it, right? Everybody, even the poor.
I would say yeah.
Against the flat tax.
I would say no taxes under 50. I would say no taxes under $100,000 a year, and then everyone else pays a flat tax. Just my opinion.
I think I'm gonna go to my boss and tell him that I want to forfeit my
It says
hourly
Dubai
wages,
is
and I
genuinely
want to be
cheaper
paid.
than major cities like Sydney and Melbourne. So actually, Dubai is cheaper than the major cities in Australia. Funny enough. So you know nothing
I
about
think
nothing.
I want to tell my boss I want to forgo. I want to forfeit my hourly wages, and in exchange, I get paid in asphalt. I get paid in asphalt stock. Do the whole Elon Musk thing.
Shit up, crackhead. Who? What are you talking about?
What's that?
I'm reading the comment section.
Oh,
A Democrat says I like sitting on my ass.
well, go be a truck driver.
You
I
didn't
bet you.
make
I bet.
nothing the third. You didn't even make $450 this year. Talking about you made 450,000.
Yeah, see, that's my superpower is sitting on my ass. I bet you. I bet you that I could sit on my ass way better than any Democrat and make money doing it.
I'm not trying to put anyone on blast, but there is something I gotta tell you. I might say it on here. I might. Okay, I'll go ahead and say it. I ain't gonna say the specific person's name, but there's a certain moderator out there, and his name starts with a D, so you can probably figure out who. And he
Stay
claims that
steady.
he,
I'm reading it.
huh?
I
What
couldn't
are you
read it. Put
reading?
it back up.
What are you reading?
I was reading what was on the screen.
What the hell is on the screen? What the
Something to
hell are you
Dubai.
talking about? Oh, okay. It says that Dubai is generally cheaper than major cities uh, in
Oh,
Australia, like Sydney and Melbourne. So Dubai is actually cheaper than all the major cities in Australia. How funny is that?
okay. Self-driving Dustly.
I'm sorry, I don't want to go to a shithole. If I honestly had to choose between Dubai and Australia, I'll probably choose Dubai. It's closer. It's closer. I mean, I'd rather go to Japan,
I'll
Thailand,
be honest with you.
Dubai,
I would probably go to New Zealand before either of them two places.
New Zealand. Why the hell do you want to go to New Zealand?
For the what's those people, the Polynesians.
The Polynesians.
Yeah, ain't they Polynesians, the New Zealanders?
Hmm. I don't
I
think
don't know.
so.
Whatever they are, they hot.
Let's see. Polynesia. Polynesia is its own country.
Oh, well, then I will go to Polynesia.
Is a sub-region of Oceania. Yeah, it's an island all the way out there.
I want to go to
It's
Polynesia.
all the way out there. Oh, damn. Yeah, I want to go to Polynesia too, but damn, it's all the way out there. I mean, that's what Polynesia looks like. You'll probably see it. It's a little bit delayed, but you'll probably see that. It's probably around the same area. Here, let me see.
Yeah, Polynesians are hot. The women are hot. You can have the men, Graham.
No, that could be for our Australian friend.
Sam.
No, I was gonna say the other guy in the chat, the net third guy. Yeah, I know Australia's big. I already understand that. New Zealand has a large Polynesian population. Okay, I stand corrected then. Snuffle says literally hot. America shits on Australia. We've made 450,000 millionaires this year. And you guys haven't even made 20,000 millionaires this year. It's because your economy sucks. No one wants to live there. We invented YouTube. We invented iPhones. We invented all this shit. You guys are just lame ducks. What did you guys do? Oh,
He
and you're
also
related to
invented the Harley
prisoners.
Davidson.
And we made the Tesla.
I'm just
Harley,
now seeing the
Tesla, Ford.
Polynesian. Yeah, see, that's where I want to go, where all those houses are on the ocean. I wish I could live there. That'd be great.
You probably don't got Wi-Fi out there.
I wouldn't care. I'd swear off Wi-Fi if they give me one of them houses. I mean, fish every morning. You want to take a shower or
You're
take a
probably not
bath,
going
you
to be
just
able to
roll out
get
of your.
any. You're not going to be able to get any damn steaks or hamburgers out there.
I'll have my Polynesian hottie fix me up some local cuisine.
So you're just going to have to live on a fish diet.
You know what? Manatees, the sea cow. I'll live off the sea cow.
You cannot eat a manatee.
Why
It's
not?
probably chewy and tastes like crap.
You don't know. You've not eaten one.
Because I wouldn't want to. Those
Sea
things are
cow.
babies.
It's a sea cow.
I don't know any films that have been done in Australia. Do you know any films that have been done in Australia? We're the film capital of the world. America's
I don't know.
number one exports is ideas and film and YouTube and TV and entertainment. Now we're changing that. I wonder if Polynesia is expensive. Is it expensive? Let's see. I'm curious now.
No, please no. Please no. Stop.
It's one of the most expensive island destinations in the world. $2,000 a night. 2,000 a night? 1 to 2,000 a night?
Get it for free. I'm gonna put me on a grass skirt, get me a halfway decent tan. I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna put some of them face tattoos on me. I'm gonna go down to the local ICE office and I'm gonna turn myself in and tell them that I'm from Polynesia. I live in one of them houses on the ocean.
Never heard of Queensland films. I don't watch Australian slop.
You know, yeah, that is a point. Gear Jammer says Crocodile Dundee, but can't remember his first name, but his last name was Hogan. Even though he was
Never
Australian,
heard of the Matrix Ghost Rider. Never heard of it. Trash.
even though he is an Australian, it was an American film.
The thirds. You once again the thirds. You lied and told us you made 450,000 last month. You never even touched 450. I remember before you told me you were a 20-year-old living in Australia with your mommy and daddy. 20 years old. Never heard of him. The Great Gatsby? Okay, I've heard of that before. I've heard of that, but I've never seen it.
I don't know what an orange roughy is, but I guess it's a edible fish. But I can't live. I can't live off fish alone. I like fish, but I can't live off fish alone. I have to have my beef, which means that it would. If there was no cows, I would be probably eating the sea cow.
The
I'd be
sea
like
cow.
having Graham. I'd have Graham over for dinner,
You
and it
really
would be
want to
like,
eat a damn manatee, man. Why the hell do you want to?
no, if times got tough, I would. And you'd be overeating, and you'd be like, oh, this tastes so good. What
No.
is it? I'll be like,
You've been
it's
talking about
sea
eating
cow.
manatees for a while.
I'd be like, it's sea cow, Graham. Here, drink your milk, Graham. You like that? That's sea cow milk.
A farm does not make $450,000 a month in profit. I'm sorry. That's just not the case.
Unless you daggone working on a poppy farm.
I was gonna say, yeah, you're full of shit. Just stories and
You must
stories
have
and
some poppy
stories.
fields, and then you got to be in some place like what, like Cambodia or something.
1,000 pounds of marijuana is only selling for $400,000. So a professional marijuana grower ain't making $450,000 a year. I mean, a month, sorry. For the most part. Not in profits, at least. Not unless they're selling thousands of pounds a month. Not to mention, if you really had $450,000 in 1 month, you wouldn't drop a $5 super chat. That's just brokey level. If you're really making all that much money. I mean, you'd have to be a damn fool. The biggest farm in South Australia? What is it called? What's the farm called? I'll look it up. I'll confirm if you're bullshitting it. Go ahead and show me some proof for it.
It's Dangerous Farm?
No, biggest farm. Even the biggest American farmers are not pulling in $450,000 a month in profits.
Not to mention, even the biggest farm, especially the biggest farms, I'd be willing to bet you they are in constant negotiation with banks.
I mean, I'm sure there's a couple out there, but it's extremely, extremely rare. Goofy Kangaroo Farms LLC. Goofy Kangaroo Farm LLC. Yeah, right? Oh, cry, 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 liberals. Cry, cry, cry. Kangaroo burgers? Oh, I would try that shit.
You'll try a nice, cute little kangaroo, but you won't try a manatee.
No, no, no.
What's the difference?
Kangaroo, they sell kangaroo tail. Man, kangaroos are not cute. Them things
So you
got
gonna eat the
six packs.
kangaroo
They're
tail and just
punching.
throw the rest of the kangaroo away? Oh, that is so
No,
cold-hearted.
I'll eat the whole kangaroo.
I'll give you manatee tail.
The Australian stock market sucks. But get those likes up, chat. Get those likes up. We got 334. Sea cows are endangered. I think manatees are endangered in
You know
Florida.
what? If I was starving, I don't care. I'd eat the hell out of manatee if I was starving.
Yeah, it's a threatened species. Let's see, manatee.
Oh, if I'm threatened with starvation, I'm not going to care.
Let's see. I'm looking up manatee meat. Is it good? They said it tastes like pork or lean beef.
Wow, imagine that. An animal called the sea cow tastes like beef. Told you.
Oh my god. You just really want to eat one of them.
No, it's not that I really want to eat one. It's that if I can't get steak, I'm going to eat one in place of steak. Look, when I eat, an animal has to die. That's just the way it is. Look, Graham, if it was between you and a manatee, which would you rather me eat?
Manatee.
Okay, we're having manatee.
We're having manatee tonight.
I don't know
Fine, but you're
about
gonna have
tonight.
to.
I'm not in the right place to catch manatee.
You're gonna have to kill it. I ain't going to. I'm not going to do all that. I'm not gonna kill it. You can kill it. I'll eat it. You can cut it up and cook it,
I'll
but I
put
ain't
a
gonna be.
I'll put a knife in my mouth like this, and I'll have a knife in each hand, and I'll jump off the daggone dock, and I'll be like, "Come here, dinner. Get
I
in
mean,
my belly."
I don't think they're that hard to take around. I mean, they kind of just float around.
You know, I've actually seen a video of one, and they can actually, in spurts, move through that water like lightning fast. I would dare say they could probably beat the shit out of you.
So, yeah, you're gonna need a harpoon or something. Yeah, you're gonna need a harpoon or something like that. I mean, you ain't gonna be able to take it out with a
You could
freaking
do it
knife.
with a knife. I think you could do it with a
Dude,
knife. Let me
those
tell you
things
what.
get hit by boat motors all the time and they don't die at all. They get hit by full blown big ass boat motors. Now they get hurt,
You
but they
show you
don't die.
badass boat
Nah,
motor right here, buddy.
nah, you're not gonna be able to take it down. And it's
I'll
illegal
get
to
that
harass a
manatee.
manatee in Florida. Did you
I'll
know it's
get it in a
illegal?
headlock. I'll
It's
get it in a
illegal to even
headlock.
touch one. It's illegal to even touch a manatee. Yeah, in Florida. Even if you touch its nose, just pet it, it's illegal. You can go to jail for
I
that.
think they are. Some of
Huh?
these people think they are.
Now, I'm not gonna lie. I may or may have not have touched a manatee, and I may have pet
Hey,
one before. But this is all AI, just for entertainment purposes.
think Unger from Two Young Turks? I promise you, not only would he be willing to pet one, but he'd be down to fuck it.
Oh my god, dude! Everything with Young Turks, fucking animals, dude. Those Turk roaches are disgusting.
And they're all about it. They're about the
I call them the
bestiality.
Turk. I call them Turk roaches.
Does anybody out there watch the Two Young Turks? Look up Sank Unger bestiality. It'll come up out of his mouth. It is not AI. He talked before he thought. He talked before he thought.
That's just disgusting. That is straight up disgusting.
That's how you get the truth out of people, though, is when they talk before they
Turk
think.
roaches.
You're
Turk
you're always getting
roaches.
the truth.
Absolute Turk roaches. Dude, they are strong. Once tail swatted and it's over for you. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna have to agree with that. And they're like 700 pounds. They can literally
I
just smush
told
you
you
to
they
death.
could. I told you they could do that. They can dart through the water. That requires a tail swat. They can screw your day up. That's why if you do it, you got to be committed. You got to do it quick.
I'm all with you. I think we've been on here for over an hour, and I've been on stream for over 4 hours.
Well, Lauren, I'm not saying I'm going to go do anything to a manatee. Okay, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying let's say that a nuclear war broke out and there's no food and there's a manatee swimming in the waters
I'm
behind
trying to
my
tell
hut.
them not to eat manatees or touch manatees. If you touch a manatee, if you put your hand out and it licks your hand and you pet it, you can get jail time for that.
Okay,
If
who's going to
FCC
enforce jail
catches you.
time after a new kits?
It's probably some libtards that survive.
Good luck. They'll get on the menu too.
Oh gosh, bro's a cannibal now.
You're damn straight. I'll make a daggone crown out of their bloody bones. I'll be wearing that shit. I'll be like over here like, yeah, Graham, ain't you glad you're friends with me? Because
Oh my god.
you might end up on
Crazy.
that meal, my friend. You might end up on that menu, but you're not. You're a guest here. So enjoy your pinky fingers, brother. The main course is coming.
Listen, I'm just gonna make it clear for all my chatters, I do not endorse eating manatees.
I'm telling you what, it doesn't matter what's swimming by. It doesn't matter what's crawling by. It doesn't matter what's walking by after a new kits and there's no food. If it's alive and moving, It's on the menu. That's all I'm saying. And anybody out there that says they wouldn't do this, I'm sorry. But you go 3-4 days without food, I believe that you will lower your standards to other things on the menu.
What are y'all saying? Do you guys have any
wombat.
final?
Wombat. I would eat wombat. Okay? If
I
a
would
new
not.
kid,
What the hell is a wombat? No, I'm good.
they crap square turds.
I'm good on that. No, I'm good. Do
You
y'all have
wouldn't eat a
any
wombat.
No. Do y'all have any final questions or comments or anything? Because I am gonna hop off in another minute or two. If you guys want to drop any super chats, I do want to talk to Dustley about something though off stream. I got something funny to tell you.
Standards really low.
Huh?
What about dog? What about dog?
Oh,
If
hell
you've been a
no.
week without food, would you eat a dog?
Why can't I just walk to the grocery store?
No, because a bomb hit. There's no food. There's no grocery. It's all gone.
Then I just go fishing.
And say there's no fish around. You fished. You fished for 3 days and ain't got a bite for nothing, but you got like a little white poodle walking up sniffing you. Wanting food.
I guess.
That's mean. That's mean, Graham. I can't believe you'd do that.
All right. Guys, I'm going to hop off here. I will be back in a few minutes. I want to tell Dusty a funny story, but I don't want to embarrass this person that may or may not be watching. But peace out, everybody. Peace out. I'm going to end the stream. Guys, come back in maybe an hour or something, maybe 45 minutes, an hour, but join the Discord.
I want to tell Colorado Ped Patrol real quick. I see he says you going to get hungry eventually. Exactly. See, Ped Patrol. Okay. If I've been like a month and ain't eaten, I could see some peds getting put on the menu.
Oh, no. Before a month, like a week, 3 days, 4 days.
What are you talking about? A few hours. I like to eat. Roasted eagle.
Roasted eagle sounds good. I'm not going to lie.
Roasted eagle sounds good.
I have no idea who you are, JDE. This is the first time I've ever even seen your comment section, but I don't like your attitude, so adios. What's up, Ray M? I gotta hop off anyway to use the washroom, but I'll be back in a few minutes here. I do want to tell Dustley something. Peace out, everybody. Say goodbye, Dustley.
See ya.